I'm sitting on the shore, hugging my knees and letting the smell of the ocean seep in my system. I watched the ocean and the orange sky meeting, and I couldn't help but admire the picturesque beauty of the ocean. I sighed. Later tonight, we'll be flying back to Chicago. Our bags are already packed, and in hours, I will be back to the city where I grew up. A pang of pain crossed my chest now that I feel like I am leaving Nevada. I have enjoyed my life here, and honestly, I have learned to love the beach because of this. Above all, I'm going to miss Nick and Annie. We went to their house this morning and Annie bawled her eyes out while she hugged me tight. She said she doesn't have a best friend anymore because I am leaving. I feel sad about the fact that I will be away from her, but I got her phone number and even her social media accounts, so when I get to buy a phone, I will call her regularly. We were in tears until we left, and even in the car, I was still crying. Damian was even trying to pacify me with childish stuff, but my tears couldn't stop. This is the pain of leaving something behind. The pain seems to reach even the smallest fiber in my body, and I think nothing can relieve that. I took a deep breath and stared at the ocean. When I get all my memories back, I will come back here. That's a promise. I have been looking for you. I heard Damian's voice from the back. I smiled and turned to him. He's looking at me with a weak smile on his face as he walked closer and sat beside me. He spread his legs wide so I could sit in the middle. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me until my back rested on his chest. He hugged me tight and rested his chin on top of my head. "Are you okay now?" he asked. I smiled and nodded. It's always hard to leave, but it doesn't mean it's always wrong. Sometimes, leaving is the only way to find yourself. "I'm going to miss this place though," I uttered silently. "We can go back anytime you want," he replied immediately. I tried to lift my head so I could look at him, but he kissed my forehead so I closed my eyes, feeling his lips on my skin. "Thank you," I told him, almost voiceless. He sighed and hugged me even tighter. "I'll do everything for you, baby," he whispered back, and I couldn't feel anything but the swelling feeling in my chest. I sighed in relief as I held his arms while we both watched the beautiful beach sunset. "Someone is honking outside." Damian looked at me and I nodded. "We're all set. We don't really have a lot of things, so it only took us one huge luggage each. Damian wanted to move all our appliances to the mansion, but then he also thought that he doesn't need to and just asked Nick to come and check our cottage from time to time. "Are you ready?" my husband asked me as he motioned to carry our luggage. I smiled and nodded. "Let's go," I told him before we walked out of the house. A black van was waiting for us, and I could see Sage and Porter waiting for us outside. The windows are open, where I saw Heaven and Grace waving at me. I smiled. It's all going to be okay as well. I have discovered new friends, although they were a part of my past as well. I took one last look at the house and sighed. "Baby," Damian called me and I looked at him. He's done putting our luggage in the trunk. He smiled weakly. "Shall we go?" I smiled back and nodded before we got inside the van and made our way to the airport. The moment I stepped into the plane, I couldn't explain the excitement in my chest. It feels so real, but nostalgic at the same time. Grace glanced at me and smiled. "You must be nervous," she said. I smiled and shook my head. "I'm more excited than nervous," I replied. She smiled wider and nodded. "That's good. When we get to Chicago, I'll ask Miller to buy you a phone so we could always get in touch. It's boring in the penthouse, you know." She winked. I chuckled and nodded. I was also going to tell Damian that because if he's going to be really busy with his company, then I will need to have my phone so I could text and update him from time to time. Damian settled in the seat beside me and held my hand. "You can still back out," he told me. I frowned at him. "You can't make me change my mind now, Damian. We're inside the plane." He chuckled. "But it's not yet moving," he pointed out. I rolled my eyes. "Well, we have to go back because your company needs you," I told him. He sighed and laced his fingers with mine. He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed it. "Baby, I'm not going back because of the company. I'm going back because you wanted me to." I pursed my lips in a thin line to mask the beating of my heart. I could feel it pounding inside my chest. I always feel this way whenever Damian tells me that I am always his priority. He stared back at me and smiled before his face turned really serious. "If you feel even the slightest pain, tell me, okay? I don't want you keeping your pain from me," he said in his naturally concerned voice. I nodded. "I will," I replied. "Good," he uttered before kissing my knuckles once more. It was an agonizing less than 4 hours of flight time before we touched down. I couldn't sleep straight. I was only asleep for an hour and that's it. I spent the remaining hours watching the movies on the small television and eating. I feel like I ate too much in the aircraft. "You didn't sleep," Damian stated when we were checking out of the airport. He's pushing the trolley with our luggage on it. I looked at him with tired eyes but smiled widely. "It's a bit colder," I told him. He nodded. "The season's changing. It's going to be fall soon," he informed me. "We can buy you clothes for the fall tomorrow, after you rest well." I also informed Dr. Travis that you've arrived and he said he will check you at home when we arrive. I nodded obediently. He's already planned our first day. "Does your head hurt?" he asked me. I looked around the area and waited for pain to come but nothing came. I turned back to Damian and shook my head. "No, so far. It's good." He pursed his lips before nodding. "Who's picking you up?" Porter asked Damian. Damian just gave him a small nod. "I've taken care of it," he replied. Porter shrugged. "Okay, then we'll go this way. Paul is waiting for us," he said before smiling at me. I smiled back. Grace smiled at me. "We'll see each other soon," she told me. I nodded. "Yes, see you soon." I beamed before they went to the other exit. "Me too, Kes. I'll see you soon and I hope you two could visit us. Ivan is missing you both." Heaven beamed. Sage was beside her and nodded at me. "If you want to leave Miller, you can come and stay at our place," he told me, which only earned a glare from Damian. Heaven chuckled but nodded in agreement. "He's right. We have a lot of rooms," she giggled. I bit my lip and looked at Damian, who just rolled his eyes at the couple. Sage and Heaven also went to a different exit because their driver is in the parking lot. "I hope you're not considering their offer," Damian told me and I just laughed. "I'm not going to leave unless you want me to," I said. Damian's brows shot up after hearing what I just said, and there I realized what I just blurted out. I immediately flushed. I looked away and heard Damian's slow chuckle. We continued walking towards the main entrance when we heard someone shout so loudly, "Mr. Compton!" A younger-looking man came running and looked so delighted as he saw Damian. He stopped with his eyes wide when he saw me. I smiled weakly. He looked familiar. "What's good, Migo?" Damian asked him. "There are some problems in the company, sir," he replied, frowning. "Some investors questioned." "We'll talk about that in the office." Damian cut him off and handed him the trolley. Migo gladly took it and pushed it. He looked at me again and smiled. "Welcome back to Chicago, Miss Collins," he politely said. I bit my lip and couldn't help but feel confused with what he just addressed me. I know that I am Cassandra Phoebe Collins, but I am already married to Damian. I wonder if I didn't opt to change my name for him before. Damian held my hand as we walked to a black Volkswagen SUV stopped in front of us. He opened the door and assisted me inside while Migo settled our luggage in the back. Damian sat beside me. The driver, who looks like a middle-aged man, turned and smiled at us. "Welcome back to Chicago, sir, ma'am," he greeted politely. I smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sir," I replied just because I feel guilty that Damian didn't even give him a nod. "That's Nicolo, our driver, and that boy is Migo, my secretary," Damian explained to me. I nodded. "Good morning, Miss Cassandra," Nicolo greeted. "Good morning too," I replied. Migo sat on the shotgun as we started driving through a clear highway. There are not a lot of cars in there, so it was a fast ride. My eyes, though, couldn't ignore the city lights. I haven't seen a lot of this in Nevada. I wonder if there will be more of this downtown. "Are you not yet sleepy?" Damian asked me in full concern. I smiled and shook my head. "I don't know. Maybe I will be able to sleep when we're home," I replied. He nodded and wrapped his arm around my shoulders. "I don't want you tired." I smiled and nodded. "I won't get tired. I have seen Chicago and I did not even feel a single pain in my head. I don't really know if I am relieved or disappointed that nothing came. To be honest, I was expecting myself to faint the moment I inhaled the air of Chicago, or maybe have a headache like I usually do, but nothing came. Now I wonder when another memory will come. I haven't interacted with Miller in my last memory. I wanted to know more. But yeah, I won't strain myself this time. I won't force myself to remember something. I will let it naturally come to me. We stopped by a huge and prestigious-looking residential building. We went straight to the parking lot, and there I realized that this is where we live. Wow! Just wow! I know what Damian is rich, but to imagine us living in this kind of neighborhood seems impossible. And what was that? Penthouse? "Do you live here?" I asked Damian when we stopped. I don't exactly know what I am hoping for. I guess I just wanted to hear it from Damian himself. Damian nodded. "Okay." I blinked several times before getting back to my senses. We walked to a private elevator with Migo taking care of our luggage. He was in front of us. Damian was holding my hand all throughout the elevator ride. He would squeeze it lightly from time to time. When the elevator opened, an elegant-looking interior welcomed us. There was a huge chandelier, and that was the first thing that caught my attention. "Welcome home, Ma'am Cassandra," Migo told me in a happy tone. I smiled and thanked him before roaming my eyes around the house. On my right, there was a huge living room with a huge flat-screen TV on the wall in front of three big and elegant couches. On my left is a six-seater table with a simple vase on it and a smaller chandelier on top of it. I can also see the kitchen from here. It is sophisticated and complete with all the appliances for cooking. "Are you okay?" Damian came to me and asked. I looked at him and nodded. "You're really rich," I told him. He furrowed his brows and pursed his lips in a thin line. "Are you sleepy?" he asked, changing the topic. "How many rooms are here?" I asked. "5," he replied. "And it's just us two?" He nodded. I pressed my lips together before nodding. "Where's my room?" I asked. "Here," he replied as he led me to the stairs. He stopped at the first door and opened it. To be honest, I was expecting that we will have separate rooms, but upon seeing the interior, I have already known that we're sleeping in one room. There was a four-poster bed and a huge portrait of us on the wall. It was a photo of me in a ballerina costume with Damian smiling widely and proudly beside me. Around the portrait were smaller frames with different pictures of us together. My heart swelled at the sight of them all. "Wow," I uttered as I saw our photos. Damian breathed deeply and hugged me from behind. "You were a ballerina," he told me. "The best ballerina in the world for me." I smiled and shook my head. "Did I bewitch you?" I teased. He laughed lightly before kissing my temple. "Maybe, because I can't live a day without you," he whispered softly, making me melt in his arms. "And I can't even think of anything else except you." I bit my lip to hide a big grin. "We had a lot of happy moments before," I said. He nodded. "But baby, always remember that every moment spent with you is my happy moments." That same day, Damian immediately called a doctor to check me up in his penthouse. "She seems okay." She didn't report any signs of headache or blurring of vision. A different Dr. Travis checked me up. This one's a little older than Dr. Brandon Travis, but they both have the same eyes, so I think they're brothers. The only different about this Dr. Travis is that he has long hair that is tied in a neat man bun. Damian pursed his lips in a thin line. "Are you sure, Jordan?" he asked. "Okay, so his name is Jordan Travis. The one in Nevada is Brandon." Dr. Jordan Travis nodded. "Her vital signs are stable, and she seemed comfortable here," he replied. "I have some nurses that can look out for her if you will push your plan through." I narrowed my eyes at Damian. He's not speaking, but he seemed so deep in thoughts. I hope he doesn't get nurses to babysit me. That would really be an insult to me. He sighed and looked at me. "I know you don't want it," he told me. I pursed my lips. "It's good that you know." Dr. Jordan Travis stifled a laugh, making Damian to glare at him. The doctor cleared his throat and started to look serious once again. "If you have finally decided, you can just call me," he said. "I'll be leaving now." I nodded and smiled at him while Damian didn't even look at him walk to the door. He was only staring at me. "Cassandra, the nurses are for your safety. I will be away the whole day because of work. He started to explain the importance of the nurses to me and to his sanity. But then, I can take you to work every day. What? Damian, no. I intensely disagreed. What does he mean with that anyway? He'll take me to his office? And then what? I don't know anything about his work, so I would not be of help to him. I'd rather stay home and cook or bake. Or maybe Grace and Heaven could come and visit if they are not busy with their kids. But you'll be alone, he told me in a very concerned tone. I bit my lip. I actually understand him. In the span of our stay in Nevada, he's always with me. He refused to leave me alone. The only time we are apart is when we are working. But I know that we are working in the same place. He's just close. But here, everything seems new but eerily familiar at the same time. I held his hand and pulled him sit beside me on the couch. He's looking at me with a frown like that of a toddler who couldn't get what he wants. I'll be fine, I told him. Maybe you could give me a phone so I could update you every now and then. I smiled. Damian stared at me for a moment before sighing hard. Fine, your phone is not working anymore, so let's buy you one, he said. Do you want to go to the mall tomorrow? I nodded enthusiastically. I want to go out and explore the city, but I know that it is not possible unless I am with Damian. I'm sure as hell he wouldn't want me to go out alone. Okay, he said. Now you need to sleep. You haven't slept a wink in the plane. I slept for an hour. That's not even winking. The flight was exhausting. You should be real tired, he said as he caressed my face. Are you tired? I asked. Damian pursed his lips. Yes. I bit my lip. Then, let's sleep, I told him as I threaded my fingers with his, pulling him to our room. Do you want to take a shower first? He asked me. I nodded. Where are my clothes? Damian nodded at the door to my right. That's the walk-in closet. You can choose your clothes from there. Okay. I smiled and walked to the closet. What the? I couldn't even finish my sentence when the lights are automatically turned on the moment I stepped inside. I blinked several times before realizing that it is sensor operated. What's wrong? Damian asked worriedly when he saw my reaction. I shook my head. I was just surprised that the lights turned on the moment I stepped in. He nodded. The lights here are in the bathrooms are sensor operated, he told me. Do you like it? I looked at him, wondering where he's getting the notion that I don't like all of this. I am just not used to the luxury. All the moments I remember, we both live a simple life. We work at a hotel. He helped in fishing. I wasn't oriented to this kind of extravagance. Now, I actually feel embarrassed when I told him that we're on a tight budget because of my hospitalizations, knowing that he's filthy rich. I just want to turn back time and not look like an idiot in front of him. Cassandra, he called me. I mentally shook my head and just smiled at him. I'm sorry. I didn't think it was this hard to let them all sink into me. Damian nodded. I know, baby. It's gonna be hard for you, so I don't want you alone here, he said before pausing to think. I'll see if I can work at home. Yes, I can do that. I frowned at him. Is that even possible? I asked. I'll make it possible, he replied. I bit my lip. He really does everything just so I would be safe. But then again, I don't want to be his needy wife anymore. I want him to do his job well while I wait for him here after a long day at work. No, I shook my head. You should go and work. I'm sure your employees miss you. Damian frowned at me. But I'll miss you, he pouted. I bit my lip, already feeling my heart beating so fast in my chest. I, I'll visit you at lunchtime and give you food, I volunteered. You would do that? He asked in an almost breathless voice. I nodded. He held my face and made me face him. His eyes are filled with gentleness and are twinkling with happiness. Then, I'll be waiting, he said before dipping down to give me a soft kiss on the lips. There, I was lost once again. Damian was serious when he said we'd go to the mall. After cooking breakfast, I was already in the bathroom, taking a bath and preparing for our day out. I also finished unpacking our luggage and hung the clothes inside the wardrobe. Damian looked at me from head to foot when he saw me. I am wearing a simple long-sleeve skater dress. He pursed his lips in a thin line when his eyes dropped to my thighs. He stood up and walked to me. This is too short, he said. I blinked. He never actually cared about how I dressed before. So, why is concerned on the length of my dress now? Besides, it isn't even that short. It's about 2 inches above my knees. I wore even shorter dress before. It's cold, he said. Wear some leggings, cover your legs. My lips parted. So that's what he meant? It's cold, so I have to be covered from head to toe. I nodded. Okay, I replied before going back to the wardrobe to look for leggings or anything to cover my legs. Damian followed me, and even with my back turned on him, I can feel him looking at me intently. I continued with what I am doing until I felt him hug me from behind. I stilled, immediately melting into his arms. Damian, I softly called. He buried his face on my hair and inhaled. I tapped his hand. Dame, I need to look for leggings. I am already frowning because his arms are tightly locked around me. 1 minute, he whispered. I pouted and slowly turned to him to kiss him on the cheek. His jaw automatically clenched with what I just did. He looked at me and smiled. Are you okay? I asked him. He swallowed hard before nodding. I'm just worried your head will hurt once we're out, he explained. But you were the one who suggested. He sighed and I stopped talking. He looked sullen and I don't think it's wise to argue with him now. Ever since I knew about his feelings, I hated it when he's sad or looking conflicted. I'm sorry, I said. But Damian, I want to see Chicago. Maybe my memories will come back to me if we go out. What if your head hurts? He asked, jaw tight. I smiled to assure him. I will tell you when I feel the slightest pain. He narrowed his eyes at me. I doubt that. He rolled his eyes. I gasped. Did he just roll his eyes at me? Dame, I said, sweeter to melt him even a bit. I turned and made my body face him. I cupped his face and directed his gaze at me. Please? I smiled widely. He pursed his lips in a thin line and narrowed his eyes at me for a few seconds before letting out a heavy sigh. Fine. I smiled and bit my lip. Thank you. I beamed at him and went on to look for a more appropriate attire for this season. Damian and I walked to this black sports car and my eyeballs almost jumped out of my orbit when I saw the brand of the car. A black Ferrari. A damn Ferrari. I looked at Damian who clicked something on his keys and the car beeped. He then looked at me with questioning eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked me before opening the door to the passenger seat. I can't even. "Is this yours?" I asked him, still in awe. Damian smirked. "Yes." My lips parted. "Okay, I know he is filthy rich. I have already proven that with his penthouse. Maybe I was just not used to riding cars like this one." "Are you okay?" he asked again. I looked at him and nodded. "Maybe I'm not just used to all of this," I said, stuttering. Damian sighed. "Baby, you used to ride this one every day." I blinked several times. "Okay, so we use this in our dates. Maybe riding it again could trigger some memories. But yeah, I think I'm gonna miss driving our truck in Newport." I bit my lip because what he just told me made me smile. Our life there was simple. Other than the girls who want him, we don't really have a serious complication or problem. Everything was good. "Baby, get in," he told me. I nodded and did as told. When I got in, he even helped me buckle my seatbelts before running to the driver's side. "Where's Migo?" I asked, "and Nicolo?" We were already out on the road. Damian gave me a quick glance before focusing on the road once again. I can't help but stare at his arm muscles flexing naturally with every movement he made on the steering wheel. I gulped hard when my head stung a bit. "Baby, we need to get to the hotel first," Miller whispered through the broken kisses. I wanted to laugh at him. His hands are already roaming inside my dress and he tells me he wants to go to a hotel? Funny, I moaned when he bit my lower lip. My hands are already on the buttons of his shirt, slowly unbuttoning them so I could feel him skin to skin. "Baby," he moaned when my palms touched his chest. "Shit," he mumbled before pushing a button on the side, making his chair move back. He carried me on his lap and started kissing my jaw down to my neck. He reached for my zipper behind my dress and pulled it down quickly, making my dress fall off my body. With another quick movement of his fingers, he already unclasped my bra. "Miller," I gasped when I felt his mouth covering mine. I looked at him and saw him latching on my peak with his eyes closed. That image of him made me even more turned on. I held onto his head and combed his hair with my fingers, slightly pulling him closer as well. He did the same thing to my other breast, making me arch my back and grinned against him. I can already feel his turned-on member directly under me. I was slowly grinding against it because it gave me a different but pleasant sensation. His fingers suddenly went to my core, inserting them inside my panties. "Wet," he whispered. "Please," I begged as he continued to suck on my nipples. "Please, Miller." He bit my nip and inserted a finger inside my slick core while his thumb rubbed my clit. "Feel better, baby?" he asked with a voice laced with lust. My throat went dry when I felt his fingers moving in and out of me. I bit my lip hard and joined his movement. My hands are on his face and my forehead is on his while I kept moaning. "I want you," I whispered. Miller's eyes mirrored pleasure and carnal desire before he unbuckled his belt. unbuttoned and unzipped his pants, and finally pulling it down with his boxers. His proud glory sprang free. "You want this, Cassandra?" he asked me. I nodded eagerly. "Yes," I replied in a cracked voice. He clenched his jaw before ripping my panties apart and throwing it on the shotgun seat. "Shh," I mumbled, but I wasn't given a chance to complain about my torn panties because he already pushed his member inside me. Ah! His hands are on my waist, trying to hold me still while he moved in and out of me. I feel so full with him inside me. I crouched down and kissed him hard while he continued to move in and out of me. "Miller," I moaned through the kisses. Faster." His jaw clenched and his gaze darkened before laying me back. My back is on the steering wheel as he thrusted harder and faster while his thumb flicked my clit. My hands are on the dashboard as I watch his intense stare at my core. "Miller," I gasped when I felt the building sensation in my gut. I met his thrust just so I could reach it as soon as possible. I can see him sweating hard as he pushed and pulled in and out of me. "I'm coming," I screamed. He continued to slide in and out of me until I felt him explode inside of me. He was panting and sweaty when he pulled me to him. He kissed my forehead. "One of the best we had," he whispered with a raspy voice. "Cassandra." I blinked and got back to my senses. I looked at Damian and saw him staring at me with narrowed eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked in a concerned tone. My lips parted. What the hell was that memory about? I nodded. "Yes." Damian narrowed his eyes at me. "Really? You spaced out." "We're already here." His low baritone sent me shivers down my spine. My eyes widened and looked around. He's telling the truth. We're already parked. I heard him sighing hard. "What happened?" He held my hand and I moaned. "What the f—" His eyes widened, realizing what I just did. "Baby?" I bit my lip, already feeling embarrassed of what I am doing. "I'm sorry, I just remembered something." He clenched his jaw. "I remember us." How do I even tell him about that? "Having sex in here?" he asked, and I reluctantly nodded. He sighed before pulling me close to him. "Then you remember one of the earliest sex we had," he said before kissing my temple. "I hope I improve." I frowned at him. "What?" He smirked. "Well, I was just wondering if there's a difference in me giving you pleasure." I narrowed my eyes at him and he just laughed. I hit his chest slightly. I know I am already blushing like a ripe tomato in front of him, so I looked away. He chuckled lightly before placing his index finger under my chin and made me face him. I pouted immediately when I met his gaze, even though he's smiling widely at me. "Either way, you're the only woman who made me feel amazing during sex," he whispered before kissing me on the lips. "Were you a playboy?" I asked him. He shrugged. "I stopped playing when I met you." I bit my lip. He smiled. "Ever since I laid my eyes on you, I swore to myself that I would never stop until I get you." I smiled and hugged him because my heart is already beating erratically in my chest. "You got me now," I whispered against his chest. He chuckled. He caressed my hair softly. "And I'm not going to let you go ever." He said it like a promise. Damian was holding my hand tightly as we walked inside the mall. I looked around, hoping another memory would get to me, but I got nothing. Everything felt so familiar, though. Me walking in here, well, it should feel familiar. I live here before, so I must have walked around here a lot of times too. We first went to a service provider for phones. The staff greeted us with a warm welcome while Damian pulled me near the phone models. "What do you want?" he asked me. I looked at the phones displayed. I think they are the finest phones in the market because they cost a lot. $1,000 for a phone? I don't know if I can pay for that. I leaned closer to him and shook my head. "They're expensive," I whispered. Damian looked at me with a raised brow and his eyes narrowed. "It's fine," he said. "I am paying for our phones." My eyes widened. I know that he's rich, but damn, it really feels different to live in a luxurious and glamorous life. You're going to buy a phone too?" I asked in a small voice. "You have your phone." He nodded. "That's my business phone. Besides, I want us to have the same brand and kind of phone, so I will buy one for each of us," he replied. I blinked several times before gulping. I frowned and looked at the phones again before nodding. "Then just buy me the same type of phone that you would buy for yourself," I said. I don't want to accidentally choose a more expensive phone than him. Damian looked around and called a staff who happily went to him. She's wearing a black long-sleeve button-down shirt, a black skirt that's mid-thigh in length, and black stockings. She was obviously batting her eyelashes on my husband while I am standing right in front of her. I narrowed my eyes at her, but she didn't even grace me a glance. Her whole focus is on my husband, who's busy looking at the phones. "What's your best model?" Damian asked while his eyes are focused on the phone. The woman's eyes widened. "Model, sir?" she asked in a soft voice. I frowned at her because I know that she misunderstood Damian's question. She smiled shyly and tucked some invisible hair behind her ear. "I am, sir," she replied in a flirty way. I clenched my jaw and was about to speak when Damian started. "What?" he asked in a confused tone. "Miss, I am asking for the best model of phone for me and my wife," he explained in a calm way, but I can sense that he's also annoyed now. The woman's eyes widened in shock when she looked at me for the first time. Her lips parted and it could be seen that she's in a daze. "Oh," she beamed. "Yes, sir," she added as she started explaining the specifications of the phones in front of us. As expected, the best model is the most expensive, but without even blinking, Damian bought us phones worth $1,500 each. He just wasted $3,000 on our phones. And that's not all. He even bought all the necessary accessories of our phones too. I can't believe it. Our life in Newport is definitely down the drain because the Damian here is filthy rich. He'd buy anything in a blink. "Let's buy you clothes," he told me when we were done with buying our phones and registering them in a service provider. I wanted to protest, but the look in his eyes showed me that he won't take no for an answer. After all, I agreed to this. I just didn't think we'd spend that much for a phone. That's more than my salary for a month in the Carter's residence. Damian led me towards the high-end luxury brands of clothing. I was almost shaking when I tried to look at the price tag of the clothes. My goodness, they are even more expensive than the phones. My mind is going rowdy because of all this. I tried to tell Damian that I didn't need clothes, but he was insistent. He told me I needed to buy new clothes for the coming winter because I needed thick ones and I don't have a lot at home. In the end, he bought me 10 new clothes and even got bags and shoes for me. He's holding all the paper bags too, which makes a lot of people look at him smiling. I bit my lower lip. Let me hold at least one, I told him. Damian narrowed his eyes at me before shaking his head. No need, I can handle. Let's just put them in the car and then we can go and eat. I pressed my lips together and nodded, unable to argue with him because I know it will be pointless. He's not going to bend anyway. When we reached his sports car, he placed all the bags in the trunk and opened the door for me. I looked at him, questioning. I thought we're going to eat, I asked him. He shrugged. Not here, he said. You don't like the restaurants here before. My jaw dropped. Really? I asked in disbelief. He smirked. Yes, so we'll go and eat in your favorite restaurant. I bit my lip and nodded before succumbing to his commands and letting him take over our lunch. The facade was familiar. It was as if my heart pounded louder the moment Damian parked his car in front of the space for customers. I had to hold onto my chest, thinking that it could help calm my erratic heart. Anything wrong? Damian's soft voice registered in my system. I looked at him and nodded. It's just, I feel like I know this place. Damian nodded. You do. This is your favorite restaurant, he started. And this is also the place where you first saw me. My lips parted. Now that he said it, the memory of that day came to me. That day when I knew he and Miller are the same. This is the place. The place where I saw you break up with Melissa and she threw a fit, I asked. Damian nodded with a clenched jaw. The place where I saw you in a date with your ex, he said. I swallowed hard before slowly nodding. We didn't know each other by then, I told him. He shook his head and unbuckled his seatbelt. He climbed out of the car and held my door open, assisting me out. He closed the door and pushed a button in the key fob to lock his car. He immediately entwined our fingers as we walked inside. A familiar face welcomed us with a wide smile and even led us to a table for two. The usual, sir? She asked Damian. Damian nodded. Yes, please. Right away. I looked at Damian, who's also staring at me. Do we usually eat here? I asked. He nodded. We always come here after your practice or your performances, he replied. I licked my lower lip. Am I good? I asked. In ballet, I mean? He smiled widely and nodded. Like I said, you were the best ballerina. You're always the main act. Wow, I hope he isn't lying just to make me feel better. I mean, all the life I remember, I never thought I was a ballerina before. I lost my memories. I have never danced and never even exercised. So, I find it really fascinating to know that I was a ballerina. Do you want to visit your dance studio? He asked me carefully. I looked at him with wide eyes. Really? We'll go if I want? I asked. He nodded. But that's only if you don't have headaches episodes for a week, he said. I have talked to Jordan about it and he said it's okay as long as you wouldn't faint. He suggests that we do it little by little until you can handle more. I smiled widely and nodded. "Thank you," I told him and held his hand that's on top of the table. "Thank you, Damian," I repeated. He smiled and shook his head. "Anything for you, baby." He carries my hand before our orders arrive. I cooked some chicken rolls for Damian's lunch today. This is his first day at work since we got here. He was supposed to work the day after we got here but he postponed it for 3 days. He's still not convinced that it's safe for me to stay at home alone. But today, I asked him to go. I wonder how chaotic his company is now. Sage seemed really serious when he talked to him in Nevada, so I think it's gotten pretty serious now. My phone beeped. "Damian, are you coming over at lunch?" I looked at the clock and saw that it is only an hour and a half since he left. It's only 10 in the morning and I don't think he's already finished enough office works. I bit my lower lip and typed in a reply. Me. "Yes, I'll ask Nicolo to drive me there before 12. Before Damian left, he listed all the numbers of the people I can call in times of need. Migo, Nicolo, Dr. Jordan, Heaven, and Grace. I already have his number as my first person to contact too. My phone pinged after only a few seconds. "Damian, okay, I'm in a meeting now. I'll call when this is over." I smiled and imagined him hiding his phone while texting me so the participants of the meeting won't get distracted. I have only seen him do the labor work, so I was extremely excited when I saw him dressed for office work this morning. I feel like he's a husband trying to work hard for his wife. Me. Okay, focus on your meeting. I smiled while carefully assembling the rice and the chicken rolls in a round thermal container. I also placed some sauce on a smaller container. "Damian, can't wait. See you, baby." I sent back a smiley before walking to the bathroom to prepare for my lunch visit. I had a difficult time choosing my outfit because I don't really have an idea on what I used to wear before. But it is his office, so I need to wear something formal. In the end, I chose a yellow knitted short sleeve turtleneck and a pair of black slacks. I also wore a black blazer to make me look more formal. I also used the black shoes Damian bought for me when we went to the mall. I called Nicolo at exactly 11:30. I don't want to be late for Damian's lunch. It's better to wait for him to finish than to make him wait for me. "Good morning, ma'am," Nicolo said when he saw me in the parking lot. I smiled and greeted him back. He opened the door of the back seat for me to climb in. I watched him walk to the driver's seat and settled in. "Is Damian's office far?" I asked. Nicolo's eyes narrowed. "Damian?" I scratched my head. I corrected. I should have known that all of them know Damian as Miller. I need to call him Miller when I am asking other people about him because they are not used to him being called Damian. "Ah, it's about 15 minutes away without congestion, ma'am," he replied. I nodded. "Okay," I replied and then got my phone inside my bag. I unlocked it and texted Damian. "I'm on my way." I bit my lip to hide a smile of excitement. I am actually excited to go and bring him lunch. This is the first time I am doing this, and even though I am nervous to step into his office for the first time again, I am feeling excited. Nicolo wasn't kidding when he said it would take us only 15 minutes before we reached the main building of Compton Banks. because we were parked inside at exactly 11:45. Do you know his office? I asked him. Nicolo nodded. Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to accompany you? I smiled and nodded. That would be great, I beamed. He smiled and then led the way for me. He greeted some personnel who all seemed familiar to me. It's only too bad that I can't remember any of them yet. Good afternoon, ma'am. A woman in corporate attire smiled at me. It's a good thing you're back again. I smiled and wheeled my eyes to look at her nameplate. Bella is what's written. Thank you, Bella, I told her, and her eyes immediately widened in shock. Nicolo and I entered the lift. His office is in the top floor, ma'am, he informed me as he pressed the highest number. I nodded and held onto the thermal container tightly. Now that the lift is moving up, I am already starting to get nervous. My heart is gradually accelerating with every floor that we passed. I constantly check my phone for any messages, but Damian hasn't sent me a reply. Maybe he's still in a meeting. It's understandable. He's been gone for so long, so he had a lot of things to catch up with. When the lift opened, I immediately saw Migo sitting in front of a huge wooden door. Office of the CEO is what it said in front of the door. I smiled at Migo, who looked so shocked to see me. Hello, I greeted. Is Miller in? I can see how hard he swallowed. He stood up and smiled nervously at me. Ma'am Cassandra, Mr. Compton is still in a meeting, he informed me. I nodded. Okay, I replied. I looked around and saw a black couch on the other side. Can I wait for him there? I asked. Migo gulped yet again. Ma'am, are you out of your mind? I heard a loud shout inside the office. You cannot be married to that woman. You are engaged to someone else. I narrowed my eyes at the door and then looked at Migo, who is sweating bullets now. What's happening? Is he with someone inside? I asked as calmly as I could. Migo held his breath. Now, it's all getting weirder and weirder. Miss Miller, that woman is problematic. She doesn't even remember anything. And now, you're telling me that you are willing to put up with her? She's just going to pull you down. Pain crossed my chest when I realized who they are talking about. They're talking about how I am just a liability to Damian. I am nothing but a burden to him. Miss Cassandra, Migo called me in a concerned tone. I looked at him and smiled weakly. I took a deep breath and handed him the thermal container with Damian's lunch. Just give it to him. It was so hard to finish a sentence because I feel fullness in my throat. My eyes are slowly getting clouded with tears and it's also getting harder to breathe. But, Miss Cassandra, I waved my hand at him and shook my head. It's fine. Just tell him I stopped by. My voice cracked and I swallowed hard. Please? I begged, almost breathless. Migo looked at me with concerned eyes before nodding. I smiled weakly. Thank you, I told him before I turned my back and left. I heard Nicolo call me before the left door closed. I breathed deeply before tears began to fall like a river. I admit that I have experienced a lot of pain. Pain of not knowing who I am. Pain of knowing where I came from. Pain from not knowing the people who were close to me. I thought I have been through enough pain. I thought I can handle everything that would come my way. But right now, the pain is different. It has seeped within me. It is very excruciating that I can literally feel my whole chest in pain. I leaned on the elevator and held my chest, trying to knead it as if it could lessen the intensity of the pain I am feeling. To know that Damian will do everything for me made me very happy. But am I making him happy? No matter how many times he's told me that he'd rather be with me than anywhere else, I know that I am not making him happy. I doubted him. I don't even remember him. I annoy him because of my desire to know about my past. I pull him slower because I can't remember anything. That person is right. I am a burden to Damian. He has such a good future ahead of him, and I am just pulling him down. I wiped my tears and started to calm myself when I realized that I am almost in the ground floor. I don't want other people seeing me a mess. They know me around here, so I should be conscious of my actions. I should not pull Damian down even farther. I stood straight and fixed myself inside the elevator right before I reached ground floor, but to no use. I stared at my face in my reflections on the door of the lift and saw how red my eyes and nose are. I immediately got my powder in my bag and patted some on my face. When the door of the lift opened, my eyes widened when I saw Damian standing there. His eyes are on mine, staring very intensely with his clenched jaw and furrowed brows. How, why, what are you doing here? I asked in disbelief. How can he be here when I just left him upstairs with someone? He can't possibly teleport, right? But then, he's panting real hard as he walked closer and pulled me out just to envelop me in a tight hug. My head is buried on his chest and I was surprised to hear his fast and loud heartbeats. His hand is on my back while the other is softly caressing my hair. "Don't leave me," he whispered quietly before kissing my temple. "Don't leave me." I bit my lip as his voice triggered the tears I just wailed to dry some moments ago. I started sobbing against his chest as I wrapped my arms around his waist, hugging him with all my might. He kissed my forehead before caressing my face, directing me to look at him. He's looking down at me with a gentle gaze. My lips quivered while I looked at him. "I'm sorry," I sobbed. "I'm sorry for pulling you down with me." Pain crossed his eyes but he didn't speak. I breathed deeply. "I'm sorry if I am the reason why you're not as effective as you are before. I'm sorry." My words were cut when I felt his lips on mine. His eyes were closed while he kissed me deeply. His lips moved fluidly against mine that made me close my eyes and respond to his kisses. I gripped on his coat tightly as he kissed me in all angles. He bit my lower lip and thrusted his tongue inside. His kisses are dizzying that I feel like I am getting drunk with them. My head is spinning and I can't fathom what I am actually feeling. All I know is that I need to kiss him back. I feel so hypnotized but I like it. He carries my jaw with his thumb before breaking the kiss. "Baby, I hate it when you think of yourself like that," he said in a hoarse voice. I frowned at him. "That's what they think of me." He shook his head. "That's not what I think of you, and that's not what you are." I sighed and looked away. My tears are back and they're pulling around my eyes again. "Hey," he called me sweetly. He cupped my cheek and made me look at him again. His gentle and pained eyes are on me. "You are my wife. I will do everything for you and never think of you as a burden. You are not a responsibility for me. You are more than that." I swallowed a forming lump in my throat. "But you're putting everything on the line for me," I said in a small voice. He chuckled weakly as his hands went to my shoulders. "Baby, I already told you before. All else is nothing compared to you in my life." His voice cracked. "And don't you see it yet? You're my strength. You're my sanity. Not seeing for 1 second makes me crazy thinking about what you're doing. You're my sense of direction. So stop thinking that you're pulling me down. You're not. You're doing the opposite, Cassandra. You're lifting me up." My heart swelled inside my chest because of his words. Damian, I've known him the moment I woke up and not remember a thing about my past. He's always the stronger one between us. He's always made me feel safe while enduring all the hardships I am constantly giving him. So baby, don't think that you're not important to me. You're the most important to me, more than the company, more than my own mother, more than anyone else. My lips parted. "That woman's his mother?" Damian sighed. "Let's go home," he told me as he immediately held my hand and led me towards his car. We were on the road and I was only looking at him. "Did you run down?" He gave me a quick glance. "Yes." I bit my lip and nodded. "Why?" I pouted. He let out a harsh breath. "Migo called me and told me you heard my mother's nonsense. I immediately ran after you but the elevator closed before I could even reach to you." I sighed. "Your mother doesn't like me," I said sadly. "It doesn't matter. You didn't marry my mother. You married me," he told me as he held onto my hand on my lap. He caressed it with his thumb. "But she's your mother." He nodded. "You're my wife," he said. "You're more important to me now." I still couldn't help but frown. I can't believe the mother of my husband doesn't like me. To be honest, I've never even thought of that. I've never even thought of other people because I was busy thinking about myself and my past. But now that we're back to Chicago, I suddenly feel unworthy for Damian. He's like a distant star that's hard to reach. And even though he kept telling me that I am everything to him, I couldn't help but think about all the better options he has. "Cassandra," he called me and I looked at him. "Always remember that you don't need to please anyone in my life just to make you worthy of being in it. I marry you because you're the only woman I can see myself spending the rest of my life with. No one else has a say on that, just us two," he told me before kissing my knuckles, and like a bubble, I felt like all my worries disappeared in nowhere. Damian pinned me against the door the moment we entered the penthouse. His mouth is devouring mine like a hungry beast as his hands are all of my body. He immediately removed my blazer and cupped my breast with my clothes on. I moaned through the kiss and that only made him thrust his tongue inside my mouth, tracing my cavern with his skillful tongue. I reached for the hem of his coat and removed it from him as well. He helped me push his coat away and let it fall on the floor without breaking the contact of our mouths. I moaned once again when he started pulling my shirt up. We broke the kiss for a moment just so he could remove my shirt from me. "Don't leave me," he whispered as he kissed my jaw. I shut my eyes as I felt him nipping on my skin. "Don't ever leave me." I moaned his name as his kisses went down to my neck and down to the valley of my breast. With a quick move of his fingers, he expertly removed my bra and cupped my bare breast. He crouched down and pulled one in his mouth while his thumb played with the other one. My hands went to his hair, fisting and combing it with every flick of his tongue on my erected peak. "Damian," I gasped when I felt him sucking me hard. He did the same thing to my other nipple, making me lose my sanity with the image of him doing that to me. He looked so hungry and pleasure as he sucked my nipple while kneading my breast. Not long after, I already felt him unbuttoning my slacks and swiftly pushing it down together with my underwear. I hate your pants," he whispered as he caressed my heated core. He kissed my earlobe while his fingers rubbed my clit, making my knees wobbly. I held onto his shoulder as he pleasured me with his fingers. I looked at him and saw him watching my every reaction with every flick of his fingers. His eyes are drunk and full of pleasure and unadulterated lust as he pushed 2 fingers inside me. "Ah!" I moaned as he croaked and wagged his fingers inside me, giving me a different level of satisfaction. I locked my arms around his neck as he kissed me torridly on the lips while his fingers are still doing wonders in my body. "Miller," I gasped when I felt a building sensation in my guts. Damian's jaw clenched and thrusted his fingers faster until I trembled against him because of my release. I was panting hard when I felt him cupping my butt and carrying me just so I could straddle him. His member is hard as steel and is directly under my beating wetness. And if not for his pants, we could have connected. He walked to the couch and sat there with me on top. We resumed kissing thoroughly while I unbuttoned his shirt. He helped me remove his shirt without breaking our kiss. I slowly grinded against his cloth-clad member, making him moan. "Baby, if you keep doing that." His voice sounded so strained. "Shh," he muttered before unbuckling his belt and swiftly pushing his pants and boxers with me on top. We resumed kissing thoroughly while I unbuttoned his shirt. He helped me remove his shirt without breaking our kiss. I slowly grinded against his cloth-clad member, making him moan. "Baby, if you keep doing that." His voice sounded so strained. "Shh," he muttered before unbuckling his belt and swiftly pushing his pants and boxers down. I bit my lip as I was kneeling just so he could remove his pants and boxers down, and the moment the head of his member brushed against my wetness, I already lost my sanity. I crouched down and kissed him, mimicking the way his mouth moved against mine. I nibbled on his lower lip, making him moan. "Shh, Cassandra," he whispered in a pleasure moan as I started thrusting my tongue inside his mouth. He let me take over the kiss and was only interrupted when I felt his member seeking entrance on my sleek folds. He rubbed his member against my wet core before slowly pushing it inside me. I arched my back and moaned as I slowly slid down his steel member. He held my waist as watched me intently as my wetness slowly covered his hardness. "Oh," I moaned and held onto his chest as I covered him fully. "That's right," he whispered as he filled me to the brim. His hand reached for my breast and massaged it while I slowly started to move up and down. "Oh, Miller," I moaned while I took control of the movement, and he just watched me with hungry eyes, twinkling with pleasure and carnal desire. "Damn, baby, it feels so good when you're calling out my name," he whispered before cupping my jaw and pulling me close to him to kiss me. I internally smiled. So he likes it when I call him Miller? I moved faster, making him let out a feral groan. He shook his head and changed our positions. He laid me on the couch while he's peering at me with his member still inside me. "Miller, please," I moaned and begged under him. His jaw clenched tightly as he started to thrust inside me slowly while showering my neck with kisses. He placed my leg on the backrest of the couch while the other spread so wide to my side, stretching my core and making it feel even better. I moaned and gasped under him until he started moving hard and fast. His hands are on my waist, steadying me under him while he took control. My wetness throbbed against his length as I felt another wave of pleasure forming inside me. Make me come," I moaned while he me harder and deeper. I arched my back and pulled his face on mine, kissing him deeply and passionately while I could feel my climax almost coming around. "Miller, I'm almost." Damian pursed his lips tightly as his movement intensified even more. He's already sweating as he moved in and out of me. "Baby, wait for me," he whispered in a strained voice so his movement won't falter. I let out a loud moan when I felt my insides contracting, signaling my earth-shattering release. Damian thrusted a few more before he trembled on top of me and I felt his juices inside me. He sighed hard and kissed my forehead. "I love you," he whispered, but I was too tired to comprehend. The moment I woke up, I was already on the bed. I didn't even remember Damian carrying me to our room. I was dead and beat. I looked at my body and noticed that I am already clothed in Damian's shirt. My husband is lying behind me, hugging me from the back. I can hear him even breathing and I realize that he's still asleep. I smiled and slowly turned to him. His eyes are closed while he's purring silently. I reached for some strands of his hair that are on his forehead and pulled them away from his face. I have already known that he has long lashes, but right now, I feel like it's unfair because he has longer lashes than me. His eyebrows are thick, but the way they accentuated Damian's eyes made them perfect. I softly caressed his face, very careful that he might wake up. He looked so peaceful when sleeping. I wish he'd be this peaceful when he wakes up too. He's always worried about me and my headaches and my flashbacks. I hope he stops that because it worries me too. He always puts me first and sometimes I feel really burdened about it because it makes me feel unworthy of him most of the time. What did I even do to deserve a man like him? I don't know. His brows furrowed and he slowly opened his eyes. I smiled immediately as his gaze met mine. "Are you awake?" he slurred. I nodded with a huge smile. He looks cute as he rubbed his eyes lightly. "Are you hungry?" I asked him. "You didn't get to eat the food I gave Migo for you," I told him softly as I saw his jaw clenching. He pursed his lips in a thin line. "I'm sorry for that," he replied. "I'll ask Migo to bring the food here." I shook my head and chuckled. He was about to sit up on the bed but I pulled him back. "I have some of the chicken rolls here. Just give him that for him to eat. I'll prepare our late lunch," I told him before walking to the kitchen with just his oversized tee and my underwear. I opened the fridge and took out the chicken rolls left. I made about 10 8 inches long chicken rolls. I placed 3 on Damian's so post-lunch, and so there are still enough chicken rolls for us. I microwaved the chicken rolls while I started to fix the dining table. I also made us some orange juice before I saw him walking towards the dining area now. He's already dressed in a gray V-neck shirt and a pair of black jersey shorts. He smiled widely and inhaled deeply as he reached the table. "Smells good," he told me. I grinned widely and nodded. "Thanks," I replied. He chuckled and hugged my waist while I was standing next him. He's already sitting and looking so excited as he saw the chicken rolls right in front of him. "This looks special. I regret giving Migo some," he joked, and I just laughed at him. "Let's just eat," I told him as I sat on his right side. He immediately placed rice on my plate and some slices of the chicken rolls. He also poured sauce on top of the chicken rolls. "Eat a lot," he reminded me, and I nodded. "Damian, sometimes he's too good to be true. He's always putting me first. He always put my feelings first. It's Cassandra first policy all the damn time that it's really unfair on his side sometimes." We ate in a comfortable silence, and I am contented. He's always trying to attend to me too, even though I want to do that to him first. He's always taking care of me. I want him to give me the chance to take care of him too. "I won't be back in the office," he said when we were almost done eating. I looked at him curiously. "Why?" He pursed his lips tightly and looked at me with furrowed brows. "I'll work here, work from home." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Is that even possible?" I asked. "Damian, you need to go and lead your company in the office. If you're worried about me, then it's okay. I can handle it here. I won't." "Cassandra, I can't concentrate at work if I am not sure if you're safe at home. I wanna be here because you are here, and it makes me more productive because you're close to me." My lips parted for a brief moment before I pressed them together. "But you're not going to be effective here as you are when you're in the office. Your presence is what your employees need." He shook his head, and that made me stop. "Damian," I tried to protest, but he shook his head again, as if trying to tell me that I can't do anything about it anymore. He's already spoken, and it is the rule even I couldn't bend. He took a deep breath before reaching for my hand. "Look, this place is already as dangerous as it is for you. It will trigger your memories, and who knows when you will experience a flashback that will render you unconscious again. I'm worried I won't be with you when you experience that. I don't want you to experience that, baby," he uttered in a voice so soft, like he's aiming for me to be melted just so I would agree to him. Well, he did a good job because all I did was nod and agree to him. "This is madness. Your mother doesn't approve of our relationship," I told him when we were in the bathtub together. My back is rested on his chest while I played with the bubbles on the water. His palms are resting on my stomach while his thumb gently carries me. I heard him release a sharp breath before kissing my shoulder. "Don't worry about it," he told me in an assuring tone. I frowned and turned to him. "How can I not mind that?" I asked him. "She's your mother and she doesn't want me to be your wife," I uttered in pure bitterness. Thinking about how angry his mother was making me sad. Am I that unlikable? because it was so obvious how furious she is to Damian for deciding to marry me. Damian kissed my neck. Does that even matter? We're already married, Cassandra, he whispered before showering me with kisses. I sighed, trying so hard to not be affected by his kisses. Damian, I said to stop him, but it sounded like moan because of his kisses. I bit my lip and tipped my head to side to give him more access on my neck. His hand suddenly went up and cupped my breast while his fingers played with my nipples. I moaned, unable to hold it in now. He bit my shoulder lightly. Are you still sore? He asked me. I looked at him with eyes drunk from his kisses and shook my head. I am not stupid. If I told him I am sore, he will not take me here. He is very considerate when it comes to my own safety and my own comfort that he suppressed his libido for years if he has to. Really? He asked in a raspy voice as one of his hands went to my thigh and spread it a little so he can touch my slick folds. I bit my lip and shut my eyes as I leaned my head on his shoulder while feeling his touch on my heated core. He rubbed my clit gently, making me moan his name. He chuckled on my ear. You like that? He asked me in a teasing manner. I exhaled harshly and moaned once again. Damn it! He traced my center line before rubbing my clit once again. Is this what you want? He asked me as he slowly dipped a finger inside my wet hole. Oh, I gasped. He slowly inserted his fingers while his thumb continuously carries my clit. He's not moving inside me but I feel so turned on. Damian, I said in a hoarse voice, please? I want him to move and give me the pleasure that I want. He kissed my jaw before beginning slowly thrust of his fingers. Is that fine, baby? He asked me again. I bit my lip and shook my head. Faster, I demanded. More. He sucked a sensitive spot on my neck, making me moan even louder. More what, baby? More fingers? He asked again erratically. I nodded vehemently. Please? I heard him smirk before I felt another finger inside my walls. I breathed harshly. Like that? I groaned. Yes, I replied, breathless. I heard his harsh breath against my skin. Baby, he whispered that gave me a different kind of pleasure. I bit my lip and held his hand away from my core so I could change my position and faced him. His gentle eyes immediately met mine as I felt his huge member under my throbbing womanhood. He gulped hard when he saw what I was about to do. I held his shaft and pumped it. Damian immediately shut his eyes and leaned on the rim of the tub while he bit his lip with pleasure written all over his face. I did it several times until he stopped me. Baby, if you keep doing that, I am going to come on your hand, he told me before pulling me in for a deep kiss. I want you now, he whispered. I bit my lip and nodded. Please? He swallowed hard as he positioned my core on top of his member and slowly slid me down with his hands holding either sides of my waist. Oh, I moaned when I fully covered him and felt how he filled me to the brim. He pulled me body to him, making me fall onto his chest while his hands are wrapped around me, hugging me tight. He is not moving inside me but I can almost feel orgasm coming to me, so when he started moving slowly, I was already on the edge. Damian, I whispered as he continued his slowly movements. Oh God, He let out a heavy sigh. Baby, I want to take it slow. I nodded and let him control the movement. I am almost coming anyway. He kissed my cheek as he thrusted slow but deep and hard, making me moan with every thrust. He whispered some words that turned me on even more until I was shouting his name, begging him to make it fast because I am almost there. Wait for me, he told me as his thrust got even harder and deeper. I nodded. Oh, he made a few more thrusts until we both convulsed and panted. You're the best, baby, he told me before helping me out of the bathtub because I was too tired and dazed to even move. Where are we going? I asked him when we were walking to the parking lot. He woke me up at 8 this morning because he said we will have somewhere to visit. I asked him where but he wouldn't tell me. It is a Sunday so he doesn't have to work today even though he's been true to his word that he'd work from home. It's been a week and he's never left home unless he needed to. I can often see him talking to someone through a video call. Maybe he's in a conference or a formal meeting because I can hear the other party utter formal and business terms. Anyway, it was fun having him around. He'd help me in cooking and then we'd end up having sex in the kitchen. He'd help me sweep and vacuum the floor but then we'd end up making out on the couch. And the thing is, I enjoy everything with him. We could sit and watch the most boring show on TV but I will still enjoy it. We drove away from our place and I have no idea where we're going. The only thing he told me is to wear comfortable clothes, so I wore a white shirt and a pair of black pants under a checkered jacket. He, on the other hand, is wearing a dark green shirt, black pants, and a black leather jacket. The first time I saw him in a leather jacket, I thought he's a celebrity. There's no doubt about it. The man is handsome and his air is different. His presence screamed extravagance and money. Our drive wasn't that long because it only took us at least 20 minutes until the man turned to a familiar building. It was a gray 4-story building based on its exterior. I narrowed my eyes at the building and realized that I have seen it before. My eyes narrowed at the writings on top of the main entrance, G. Helenes Dance Center. I swallowed hard as the words I've read sank in. This is the studio in my previous flashback. This is where I work and practice. Do you remember this place? Damian asked me when he finished parking. I nodded. I think so. He sighed and nodded. Do you wanna go inside? He asked. I looked at him and nodded. Can I? I asked back because I know that even though he asked me that question, a big part of him is hoping I wouldn't. I can see it in his face how terrified he is that we are here now. But then again, this is his idea. I didn't ask to come here. He drove us here. Damian nodded and removed my seatbelt. Just promise me you'll tell me when your head hurts. He looked at me with pleading eyes. I smiled and nodded. I will, I replied, but before we could even get out of the car, I already felt a sharp pain in my head before I saw black. Cassandra! Damian called me before I opened my eyes. I almost mentally cursed because even without opening my eyes, I know where I am. The feel of the bed is different and the smell of the humidifier is very familiar. I slowly opened my eyes and the white ceiling greeted me. I sighed and Damian's face came into the view. I furrowed my brows to let my eyes adjust to the light before I fully opened them. Damian's hand caressed my face. "Are you awake?" he asked gently and softly as he brushed his thumb against my skin. I nodded and started to sit up on the bed. "How long?" I asked. "For hours," he replied, understanding what I already meant. I pursed my lips in a thin line before sighing hard. I dreamed of a lot of things and people in my life. I was a ballerina in G. Helenes. Miss Helenes was kind to me. And there's where I met Marie, my close friend. And Ivan. I finally remember how I met Ivan. But it doesn't matter to me now. I am more interested into knowing the progress of my relationship with Damian. "I'm sorry," he told me apologetically. "I shouldn't have brought you to that." I shook my head and smiled at him. His eyes are wary and shaking as he looked at me. "I'm fine," I assured him. "If it helps, I wanna thank you because being there made me remember some memories." He nodded, but his eyes are still telling me that he's not contented. He's still blaming himself, but I don't want you fainting every time you remember a fragment of your past, he said in a raspy and shaky voice. I held his hand. "It's okay." Damian was about to protest, but I heard Dr. Jordan Travis' voice. "Miller, I have run some tests on her and they will be available in an hour." I looked at Dr. Jordan, who only smiled at me. "Thank you, Doc," I politely said. He nodded at me. "Brandon will be here soon. He thinks he can perform the hypnotic therapy to you," he told me. "Is that okay?" he asked. I smiled and nodded. "Yes, Doc. I think that would help me remember too." He smiled curtly. "We need to be a lot more cautious this time, though, Mrs. Compton. You are already in the place you grew up on. Your memories might come back to you in huge waves. I'm afraid this will be a little painful on your part," he warned me. "It's okay, Doc," I replied. "I understand." He nodded. "Well, then, I'll be going now," he told us before going out of the room. I turned to Damian again, who's still not convinced that I am alright. "I'm thirsty," I told him. He immediately got water for me and I smiled before thanking him. I sipped on the glass before placing it on the bedside table. "Are you hungry?" he asked me. I shook my head. "Does your head still hurt?" he asked again. I shook my head. I stared at him and saw him nervously looking at me while also panicking at the same time. I want to laugh at him but I can feel nothing but a swelling feeling on my chest. I reached for his face and caressed his gently. He froze and stilled for a moment with his lips slightly parted. I smiled. I remembered how I met Ivan. I told him and his jaw immediately clenched. I also met Marie in my memories. He sighed. I pursed my lips in a thin line. "I want to see her. Do you know where she is?" I asked. "But what if you faint again?" he asked, very concerned. I shook my head. "I don't think I will," I replied. "I have remembered her, so I think it's safe for me to see her." Damian's brows furrowed. "Baby, you're here because you couldn't handle the wave of memories because of your dance school. I don't think meeting your best friend weighs lesser than that." I sighed. "But I want to see her, and besides, if I faint, "We're already in the hospital. I am safe now," I reasoned. "Please, Dame, please." Damian looked at me for a moment before shutting his eyes and inhaling a sharp breath. He looked at me and exhaled deeply. "Fine." I smiled widely and hugged him. He sighed once more but hugged me back. He kissed my hair and caressed my back. "I'm a fucking slave for you and you know it," he whispered, and I just chuckled. "What would I even do without you, Damian?" Grace and Porter went to visit together with their son Paul. He's adorable, and I saw how he was also close to Damian because he immediately hugged Damian when he saw him. Grace smiled at me. "How are you?" she asked as she placed the fruits on top of the table. I smiled back. "I'm better," she nodded. "You look pale, though," she commented. "Are you hungry?" "Porter and I brought some food," she offered. I shook my head. "I just ate before you came in," I replied. She nodded before Porter came closer and smiled at me. "I hope you're doing good, Cassandra," he said. I nodded. "I am." He smiled at me before looking at Paul. "Paul, come here. Greet your Aunt Cassandra." I looked at Paul, who immediately complied with what his father said. Damian followed suit and sat beside me on the bed. Paul smiled at me. "Hello, Aunt Cassandra. How are you feeling?" he asked me with a cute voice. I chuckled. "I'm fine now, Paul." He blinked several times before smiling widely. "When are you coming over to our house?" he asked. I looked at Damian, who's only looking at me with serious eyes. He nodded before looking at Paul. "We'll be there on your birthday," he told the kid. Paul's eyes widened. "Really? On my birthday?" he asked. Damian nodded. "Yes, buddy. We'll be there," he replied in a gentle tone. I noticed that he's good at talking with kids. When we were still in Nevada, he also taught kids how to swim, and I've watched him interact with them. They seem to love him because they wouldn't want the session to end. They want more time and more lessons with him. That's when I knew that he's also good around children. Grace talked to me for a few more minutes while Porter and Damian with Paul talked about something in the terrace of the hospital room. "How's life in Chicago?" Grace asked. I smiled. "Cold?" She chuckled. "Oh yeah, you were used to tropical weathers," she said. "But you live here all your life, so I know that you will get used to the cold weather," she assured me. I nodded, hoping that she's right. But I am not actually concerned with the weather. I can handle the coldness. However, I want to get used to the feeling of remembering my past without fainting. She chuckled weakly. "Paul and I used to live in the Philippines before we came back here. The weather there is on the hotter side of the things. If it's not raining so hard, the sun is up and burning." I looked at her. "You live in the Philippines?" Grace nodded. "Yes, Paul is born in the Philippines, and I also started my career as an interior designer." She started narrating her life with Porter, and I was shocked that she was able to tell me all those without hesitation. With her words, I realized that she's one strong woman. She lost her parents in a brutal murder orchestrated by her own uncle. She left Chicago because she thought Porter was also one of the masterminds And if not for a Chinese diplomat hiring her to be her interior designer, she wouldn't come back sooner. She practically raised Paul alone most of his life. They were both used to being together without Porter, but looking at the two now makes me realize how Porter is a good father. I looked at Damian and wondered how he would also be as a father. Something tickled my chest as I thought of my life with Damian and our child. Somehow, I am already looking forward to it. What are you thinking about? Damian asked me when Porter, Grace, and Paul left. They said they need to plan something for Sean's 6th birthday. I sighed. I'm just thinking how it would be if we have kids as well, I said in a small voice. Damian clenched his jaw and then held my hand. For now, I want you to focus on gaining your memories back, he said in a hoarse tone. I looked at him and saw how serious his eyes are. It's not usual tender and gentle eyes. Right now, he looked like he's mad at something. But then, he's right. I shouldn't be thinking about all other things now. I need to get all my memories back first. And also, why am I feeling this way when it was me who even brought up using contraceptives so we won't have a child yet? Because I am not yet ready for that. This is crazy. Damian sighed before giving me a tight smile. I ordered my men to look for Marie. He trailed and looked at me to see how I will react to that. I bit my lip and nodded, and he pursed his lips in a thin line. She'll come by tonight. My face brightened. Really? I asked with a smile on my face. Based from the memories I had of Marie, she's my best friend, and knowing that she will come and visit me tonight makes me feel really excited. Now, I won't feel like I only have Damian like what I feel most of the time. Damian smiled and kissed my knuckles. Are you excited? He asked. I nodded. Very, I replied. He carries my face. Good, because I heard she's also excited to see you, he said. But I want you to tell me if your head hurts right away. I smiled and nodded. Yes, I will. He nodded and leaned in to kiss my forehead. Good, he said before we started watching a sappy soap opera on the huge flat screen TV of the hospital room. It was already 8 in the evening when we heard a few knocks. Damian was sitting beside me on the bed while I was curled up in his arms. My heart pounded against my chest because I was already anticipating that it would be Marie. But when it opened, my eyes widened when I saw Marie with someone else. I held onto Damian's hand when I saw Ivan coming in. His eyes are zeroed on me as he walked inside the room. Marie, though, seemed annoyed at the man beside her, but the moment her eyes landed on me, she sobbed and ran to me for a quick hug. I let go of Damian's hand to hug her back as she cried. Oh my goodness, I was so worried for you, she wailed while she hugged me tighter. I bit my lip and wished that I remember our last encounter. I don't have a lot of memories of her. I only know that we're best friends. She's also a ballerina. And thinking about it makes me wonder if I still know how to dance. Will that skill go away because of my amnesia? Marie lifted her face full of tears as she carries my face. Where have you been? She asked. I was looking for you, she told me before her expression hardened and turned to Damian. She immediately rushed to him and hit him hard on the arm. Where did you bring her? Why are you only showing up now? Asshole! She started yelling at Damian, who seemed to be pissed as well, but he was quiet. My eyes widened. Marie, don't! Marie wagged her fingers at me. Don't speak, Kes. This man is already engaged and he's still pursuing you. This asshole. Did you get what you want, huh? All those months that she was gone? Stop yelling at my husband, I said with my voice raising. Marie looked at me with lips parted and eyes wide. Confusion is written all over her face. Ivan too. What? She asked in disbelief. We're married. Marie scoffed and started to talk again but stopped when Damian finally spoke. She has amnesia, he said. She can't remember anything. She can't even remember you until this morning. Marie looked so horrified at Damian's revelation. She covered her mouth with her palm as she looked at me. Damian shook his head. She faints when she has a flashback. She fainted today because I tried to make her visit the dance studio. Marie cried before walking towards me again. She hugged me and cried on my shoulder. I'm sorry, she apologized. I wish I was there with you. I looked at Damian, who was smiling sadly before looking down. Ivan, who was only beside him, was glaring at him. Can we talk outside? Ivan asked Damian. Damian's jaw immediately clenched and his stare hardened before nodding and leaving the room. I sighed and started to wonder what they are going to talk about, and why is Damian submissive to him. It's not like he owes Ivan something. Ivan and I were done, based on what I remember. I haven't even thought of him again until now. Sure, I remembered him when I had a memory of my meeting with Marie, but I wasn't really affected by that because I know about Miller. I looked at Marie, who seemed to have controlled her sobs. Are you okay? She asked. I nodded and sighed. What is Ivan doing here? I asked. Marie pursed her lips in a thin line. I don't know. I just saw him when I was walking in the corridors. I think his wife is about to deliver their baby. Baby. So they're going to have a baby. Hey, are you alright? Marie asked me. I smiled and nodded. Ivan being married to someone else is fine with you? She asked carefully. I narrowed my eyes at her. Of course, I said as I showed her my wedding ring. I am also married to Damian. Damian? She asked, questioning. Miller, I mean. I smiled weakly. She took a deep breath and looked at me with serious eyes. When did you get married according to him? She asked in a serious voice. I blinked several times. I never asked Damian that because I know that he will not answer me. He wants me to recall things on my own and without any trigger because he's so scared that I will faint every time. So I never asked. Should I have asked? With the way Marie talks now, I feel like I should have asked. Did he show you a marriage certificate? She asked me, already suspicious. Huh? I asked back, not knowing what to say. Are you saying he's lying to me? Marie pursed her lips in a thin line before sighing hard. I don't know, she shrugged, but what if he is? My lips parted. Where is this conversation going? Why is she talking about Damian like he is a bad guy? He's not. I have proven that for the past few months that he stuck with me even though I couldn't remember anything. What do you mean? I asked her with a shaky voice. Marie looked at me. Guess, I don't know how far you remember, but from what I know, Miller is already engaged and he was only playing with other women before he settles to the one arranged for him to marry. I leaned away, shocked at what she's telling me. He didn't tell you? She asked. He only told you you're married to him while you're living where? In some secluded island? Pain is starting to attack my chest, but then there was also a sharp pain in my head. I can't process all this. Marie seems to insinuate that I am not married to Damian and that he lured me to be with him by using my amnesia to his advantage. I shook my head. No, I said, refusing to accept her words. Damian isn't like that. Marie let out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry. I just thought it's best for you to know. No, stop! I yelled at her. I held onto my throbbing head. She's lying. She's lying. Damian can't do that to me. That's not the Damian I know. He left everything for me. Isn't that an indication for his sincerity? To show me how genuine he is? He was willing to live his life of luxury and live in an island far away just so I wouldn't strain my head too much. That would make me lose my memories forever. He cared about me so much that he left his business behind just to let me heal the natural way. He always puts me first. So how can Marie tell me now that Damian lied to me? That all this time, we're not really married. That all this time, he's only playing with me so he couldn't get married to his fiancée. And what fiancée? Damn it, everything seems so confusing. Cassandra, are you okay? Marie asked me in a worried voice. What's happening? Oh my God, nurse! She yelled and pressed the call button. Immediately, the door swung open and suddenly, I was enveloped in Damian's arms. Baby, are you okay? He asked in a worried tone. What did you do tell her? He asked Marie rudely. Marie was already in panic. I don't know. I just told her about... Oh my God, I'm sorry, Cassandra. I wanted to shoo her away but my head is aching so bad. I looked at Damian, who's staring at me with worried eyes. My head, I told him as tears started to fall around my eyes. He shook his head and pulled me closer to him as if his hug would alleviate the pain in my head. He kissed my temple. Don't worry, the nurses are coming, he whispered like a lullaby. I leaned my head to his chest. His hug couldn't make my headache go away but it seemed to have calmed the storm in my chest. He carries my arm and my back while he stayed still and held me like he used to. The nurses came in and positioned me to lie on the bed as they pushed some pain relievers through IV. Damian held my hand and tenderly looked at me as the nurses did what they were supposed to do. Is she going to be alright? Marie asked one of the nurses. The nurse smiled and nodded. That's normal if her head can't handle an information about her past, ma'am, she politely replied. Marie sighed and thanked the nurse before they left the room one by one. I looked at Damian, who's smiling at me, trying to assure me that everything will be alright. Is this the face of a man who would lie to me? Who would only play with me? I caressed his hand and smiled weakly. Thank you for being here, I told him because I refused to think of him as the person Marie is telling him to be. He can't be. He wouldn't be. I narrowed my eyes at Damian, who's staring at me worriedly the moment I opened my eyes. I remembered something. We were in a resto bar and he was with my friend from the dance studio. According to that memory, he is dating her. But was that a memory or a dream? Damian looked at me tenderly. How's your sleep? I pursed my lips in a thin line before looking away. That was an awkward memory. Is that how we first interacted? Damn it. Damian held my hand and caressed it gently. Cassandra. The way he uttered my name made me feel all the familiar feelings in my system. All the tingles I felt in my dream. They all came back to me like it was just yesterday. I gulped and narrowed my eyes at him. Did you date one of my friends before? I asked. Damian's shoulder deflated as he sighed hard. Baby. I shook my head. Tell me the truth. I cut him off. He sighed and looked at me with serious eyes that bore inside my soul. He clenched his jaw before nodding. Yes. I frowned at him. Why would you do that? He shifted on his seat and held my hand with both of his. I told you before, Cassandra. I only stopped playing when I knew you. He began. I won't lie to you, baby. I was a playboy before I met you. He licked his lower lip and paused, seemingly thinking about what his next words would be. I never believed in commitment until I met you. My heart swelled at his words. The Damian I knew now is different from the Miller I knew before. Based on that dream, he's a ruthless man who doesn't even think twice in playing woman's heart. He's intense and playful at the same time. He's carefree and didn't give a damn on what others think of him. The Damian I knew now is caring and gentle. He's selfless and would put me above anything else. He always puts me first, even before himself. So, how can I think of him as the bad guy? He left everything for me. That's not selfishness. The Damian I knew now is selfless. But should it matter who he was before? If he was a playboy, if he cheated on his fiancée with me before, should it still matter to me? He's here now. Doesn't that mean he chose me? And he insists that he married me. Doesn't that mean anything? I looked at Damian, who's staring at me with a pleading look. Baby, he called me. Don't ask me anything, please. I don't want you to hurt again. I sighed and shook my head. I'm not going to ask you anything, I told him. But that doesn't mean I don't have questions inside my head. I'm confused, Damian. Marie was telling me different things. Damian pursed his lips in a thin line before sighing. She doesn't know anything, and if she knows, she ought to not tell you. His voice was a bit controlled, like he's trying so hard not to show me that he's angry. But I can see it in the way his stare changed. He's mad. I just don't know if he's mad at me or at Marie or at the whole situation. I nodded. Okay, I said, dismissing the topic because I don't want anything to escalate from her. The last thing I want to happen is for me and Damian to fight. I don't want to fight with him. Damian nodded and caressed my face. He sighed and slowly, his face became gentle again. Are you hungry? He asked. I am not hungry, but I nodded. The atmosphere is getting tense, and if I don't do something about it, the awkwardness will linger on even more. May go both of some Chinese food, dumplings, xiaolongbao, and noodles, he said as he walked to the table to get the food. He positioned the overbed table so I could eat well. This is your favorite, he told me. My bit lip when I remembered something. This is Ivan's favorite. The restaurant was my favorite because it is Ivan's favorite. But then, I looked at Damian and remembered something else. I met you first in a Chinese restaurant, right? I asked him. He stiffened, seemingly taken aback. He slowly sighed and looked at me. You remember that? He asked, trying to calm himself. I nodded. You dumped a girl. He raised his brows as he bit his lower lip. Yes. I frowned at him. I hope you didn't dump girls like that. I pressed my lips together. That's rude. He nodded and licked his lower lip. It's fine. It's done, he said. Besides, I don't look at other women now. He shrugged. I automatically blushed even without him telling me why. He smiled. So don't worry. I won't dump girls anymore because I will never ever dump you, he said in a serious tone. I smiled back, melting at his tone, at his smile and at his words. He started preparing the food in front of me and suddenly, it all felt right again. Marie came back today but unlike my excitement and anticipation yesterday, I am indifferent today. I still feel offended by her words against Damian. She's insinuating that my husband is the bad guy, but I know that he isn't. Even with the memory of him and me in front of the comfort room of Berkshire. How are you feeling? She asked me. Good, I replied before flipping through the channels of the television. Damian told me that he will just buy us food when Marie came, but he never left without reminding Marie to be gentle on me. Are you getting discharged today? She asked in a cheerful tone. I can sense that she's forcing it though because her smile doesn't really reach her eyes. I shrugged. Dr. Jordan hasn't come yet. She nodded before walking towards the table where the fruits are. She smiled at me. I'll peel you apples. You love them, she told me and started peeling without even waiting for me to answer. I sighed and watched her. She's serious as she peeled the apples. I felt bad and didn't want her to waste her energy on that. I don't like apples anymore, I said. She stopped and looked at me. Really? She asked. I'm sorry. It's just that you used to do apple diet before. I smiled weakly. I never really hated them but I was never fond of them when I was in Nevada, I explained. She nodded. Okay, she uttered, seemingly contemplating. What fruit do you want? I saw the banana. That one, I told her. She smiled and gave me a piece. I received it and started eating the banana while she was blatantly watching me. She sighed. You've changed, she uttered softly. You used to hate bananas too. I looked at her, curious of the things she knew about me before. I know that she is my best friend. I know that she's the first family I knew when I left the orphanage. I had nothing but she was there for me and we both had each other's back. Amnesia sucks, I told her and smiled weakly. I honestly want to know everything about my past but Damian wouldn't tell me. You really call him Damian? She raised her brow. I sighed and nodded. He told me that's his name because he was afraid I would faint if I remembered him as Miller, I replied. Marie nodded but I can see that she's not convinced nor impressed. So you remember him as Miller? My lips parted as the memories from Berkshire came rushing back to me. Damian was very different from Miller. Damian was gentle. Miller is intense. Damian is caring. Miller is rude. Damian is the total opposite of Miller and vice versa. At first, I couldn't believe that they're one person. Marie sighed and shook her head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't trigger your head. It was Miller's request. She told me gently. I am here because I miss you and I want to spend time with you. I wanna know everything that happened to you when you were away. I stared at her as she smiled at me genuinely. How was Nevada? Was it nice there? She asked. I paused for a moment and analyzed the situation before she nodded. I started to tell her everything about Nevada, all the people I met, all the friends I gained, all the memories added, everything. And for the first time since I can remember, I felt like I have a family, a sister who will always root for me. I got home a day later and now I am cleaning our house while Damian is serious on his laptop. His brows are furrowed as he reads something on the screen. His lips are pursed tightly as his jaw is clenched like usual. I sighed and he looked at me briefly. He placed the laptop on the center table before walking to me. Are you tired? He asked me, already taking the vacuum from me. I had a session with my neuropsychiatrist yesterday but he didn't push through with hypnotic therapy. He said that my mind is a daze right now because of the influx of memories due to the trigger that Chicago brought, so the therapy wouldn't change a thing. So instead, we carried on with the distressing techniques. I shook my head and took the vacuum back. I'm fine. I just like watching you work, I told him and immediately blushed. Damian bit his lip and looked at me playfully. So you're not tired? He asked. I shook my head. To be honest, since I came here, he would always ask me if I'm tired. I'm not tired with the things I am doing. I actually love cleaning the house because it makes me feel not just a good wife but some satisfaction that I get from not fainting even with the household chores. Tomorrow, I will try the laundry even though the washing machines are different here from what we own in Nevada. Damian sighed and pulled me closer to his body, his forehead resting on mine. Take a break first. Let's cuddle, he said in a soft voice. My eyes widened as my heart started race. What? I asked in a daze. He sighed and removed the vacuum from my hand, letting it fall on the floor while he led me towards the huge couch. I need a break, he uttered as he sat there and pulled me on his lap. His arms immediately locked around me. I looked at him and saw his calm eyes looking at me. He leaned in and kissed my cheek, then I melted into his arms like an ice cream under the burning heat of the sun. Did you remember something new? He asked me. I shook my head and pouted. I wish I would but I don't want to trigger it. He nodded. Good, 'cause I don't want you hurt. I sighed and turned to him. You think I will remember my memories without pain? I asked. He pursed his lips and his brows furrowed, but the gentleness of his eyes remained. He reached for my face and caressed it softly. Of course, he said in a husky voice, and I'll do what I can to make that happen for you. I bit my lip as my heart melted at his words. This man, I don't care who he was in my life. What I care about is now, who he is to me now. I leaned down and gave him a kiss on the lips. It was brief and it made him lean away from me to look at me with his confused eyes. I smiled and leaned close again, this time giving him a longer kiss. I closed my eyes and savored his lips on mine as I began to move my body to face him. I lifted my leg to straddle him while his hands are roaming around my back, caressing it and rubbing it up and down while our lips owned each other. He bit my lower lip and then delved his tongue inside my mouth while I feasted on his hair. His tongue marked its territory on my small cavern as his hand traveled inside my shirt. He immediately cupped my breast while his other hand unclasped my brassiere. Hmm, I moaned as I felt his fingers rolling around my erected. Damian, I thought we're having a break, I asked, stuttering because of his lips on mine. He smirked and cocked his head to the side. You shouldn't have seduced me then, he told me as he resumed kissing me like it's the end of the world. His hand mashed and kneaded my breast while he dominated the kiss we shared. My sanity has been thrown away from the window and I didn't even care. All I cared about his mouth and fingers that are doing all the wonders in my system. I arched my back and felt his growing erection underneath me. Instinctively, I grinded against it, feeling a lot more satisfaction while he removed my shirt and my brassiere. Baby, he said in a strained voice as he directed his face on my breast. His mouth immediately took in an nip and suckled on it like a baby. His tongue rolled over my several times before sucking it hard. I bit my lower lip as I hugged his head on my chest. Damian, I moaned. He stopped what he's doing and kissed me. Don't grin too much, he chuckled lowly. You're hot when you're turned on. I don't want to come on my pants, baby. I shut my eyes and arched my back, feeling more turned on with his words. I continued to grin against his hard member while he showered my neck with kisses. His hand reached for my center and inserted it inside my panties. Oh, I moaned as I felt him rubbing my clit. I felt fire in my system with the way his fingers moved against my jewel. I whimpered in pleasure when I felt him inserting a finger inside my wet entrance. Wet, dripping just for me, he whispered while he plunged his fingers inside me and pulling it out. Damian, I moaned. Please? He smiled and kissed my neck as he ripped the cotton shirts and the panties I am wearing. I wanna be inside you. I nodded, wanting the same thing too. Yes, I said in a hoarse voice, filled with pleasure and anticipation. I heard him let out a growl before laying me on the couch. He stood up and removed his pants and boxers in a swift motion before spreading my legs wide. My knees are anchored on his shoulders while he gently pushed himself inside me. I bit my lip and whimpered as he inched inside me slowly. Damian, I called and looked at him. His eyes are tenderly looking at me while I held onto the muscles of his arms. I miss you, he told me as he filled me to the brim. I shut my eyes and arched my back, feeling better and complete with him inside me. And yes, I miss him too. And it's crazy because it's only been days since but I feel like it's been years. He started to thrust in and out of me slowly, and all I could do was to moan his name over and over again. The pleasure has totally taken control of my whole system because I can't think of anything else other than my desire to reach my climax. Eventually, His thrusts were deeper and faster, and my whole world seemed to be shaking with every movement that he does. I can hear the couch creak as he pushed really deep inside me. Oh, he cursed as he moved even faster than I have ever imagined. He's moving like he's been chased by some wild animal. I can see beds of sweat form on his forehead as he seriously plunged in and out of me with his jaw clenched tight. Damian, I yelled, breathless and already feeling the coming of my release. He pursed his lips together and moved even faster until we both trembled and exploded inside me. He panted hard as he removed my legs on his shoulder, then buried his face on my neck. He kissed my jaw and brushed his nose against my neck. "I love you," he whispered. I smiled and eventually realized what I am feeling for him before I drowned into another wave of my memories in slumber. "Cassandra!" A faint voice called me. "Cassandra!" He called again. "Baby!" His raspy voice is now sounding a little bothered and worried. "Wake up, baby!" I opened my eyes and realized that I was waking up from a bad dream. I was sweating hard and my heart is racing so fast that I immediately sat up and felt my beating heart. Was it a bad dream? Damian's sweet but anxious voice enveloped my ears. I looked at him and saw anxiety and fear written all over his face. I immediately hugged him and buried my face on his chest. Tears immediately and unknowingly fell down from my face as I was enveloped in his warm embrace. I remembered a lot of things. That dream, it was long but I know there's more to it. I shook my head and broke away from the hug to look at him. "I just dream of some memories," I replied before wiping my tears. His eyes softened and cupped my cheeks, brushing his thumb over it. "I'm sorry," he uttered. I smiled and shook my head. "You shouldn't. It's not your fault," I told him because I know that it isn't his fault. I recalled the moment that I met Evan, but I also recalled the moment when I met him, Miller. I recalled how my relationship with Ivan ended and how I began to be intimate with Miller. And now, I also know the reason why Damian never really wanted me to use contraceptive pills. It's a huge risk for cancer and he's saving me from it. Damian pursed his lips in a thin line. "I don't like seeing you cry," he told me softly. I nodded and willed myself to stop crying even though I don't like it. I don't want to make him worry even more because he's already done a lot for me. I don't want to add more to his burden. Damian smiled when he noticed my effort to stop crying. He leaned down and gave me a gentle peck, but my heart was already beating erratically. I remember the first time he kissed me. It was in the middle of all people in a bar. I was still annoyed at him but my whole system stopped and my mind stopped working the moment his lips met mine. "I want to be here for you always," he whispered. I nodded and held his hand that's on my face. "Me too," I replied. We cuddled for a moment before we heard his phone ring from the bedside table. He lazily answered the call while I looked at the window. The sun is up. I decided to get up and cook us breakfast while Damian talked on the phone on the veranda. He looked so serious as his brows furrowed with every word he uttered. It must be about business again. So I shrugged it off and just went to the kitchen to make us whatever is in the fridge for breakfast. After this, I'm going to tell him that I need to go and grab groceries. We're running out of stock now. I scoured our fridge and saw the last of the bacon and hot dogs. Okay, today, Damian is going to eat an unhealthy meal. I chuckled to myself. He doesn't tell me he hates processed foods, but I know because I can see that he eats less when it's processed food that's being served. He most likely loves home-cooked meals such as a stew or soup. But I didn't have a choice now. I started cooking whatever is left and just made us some toast. We're also abundant with eggs, so I poached some just so Damian could have his options. I turned to the door of our room. He's still not coming out. I wonder if he's being called in the office now. He's been working from home since I got hospitalized and doing meetings and conferences through video calls. While he tells me all the time that nothing is affected, I know that it is still different if he's there with his people. It's different if he's hands-on. I heard the knob and the door opened, revealing Damian who looked so normal. His eyes caught mine automatically and he smiled. I smiled back before looking at the bacon on the pan again. They are slightly fried now, so I turned the other side. I felt Damian's presence from my back and felt him hugging me from behind. I bit my lip as he leaned his chin on my shoulder. You wouldn't like what's in for breakfast, I chuckled. He breathed and kissed my neck. That's okay. I love eating with you, he replied in a soft, hypnotizing voice. I smiled widely and did my best in preparing our breakfast. We talk about random stuff, and this is what I am always looking forward to. Fun and carefree times. It makes me feel like we're a normal married couple because when I come to think of it, we have always been so sad and complicated in Nevada. We always have problems and that's mostly because of my amnesia. Don't you have work? I asked him while we were cuddling in bed, watching a movie on the TV. His arms are wrapped around my waist as I laid my head on his chest. None, he replied. Today is a day with you, so no work. He planted a kiss on my cheek. I raised my brow at him. A day with me, huh? He smirked and nodded before kissing my temple. Days with you actually, he said in a raspy voice. An eternity with you, baby. He kissed me on the lips. I smiled through the kiss. My heart swelled with only 5 words from him. I have never thought I wanted to hear those words from him. And if I heard him tell me that a few months ago, I would definitely squirm. I never really liked him before. I've always felt indifferent because I didn't know anything about him. I didn't know anything about his sacrifices. I wasn't aware of all the things he gave up just to be with me and help me recover all of my memories. But now I know. I am already aware of everything, and everything is slowly coming back to me. Damian hugged me tight. What do you want to do today? Date? He asked. I looked at him and saw him watching me intently with serious and gentle eyes. I smiled when I realized that we haven't really dated here. He hasn't asked me about dates, but he asked me to eat out from time to time. I've felt like those were our dates, and I'm sure they are, but not that he's asking me about a real date. I can't help but get excited. Picnic? I asked. He raised his brow. You want to have a picnic date? He asked me. I nodded and was about to tell him more when his phone rang. It was Sage, as I saw on the screen. "Take it," I encouraged because I can see that he doesn't have intention to answer his ringing phone. He sighed hard before grabbing the phone on the bedside table and placing it over his ear. "What do you want?" he asked rudely. I lightly hit his chest, but it was no use. He still looked mad while he was listening to Sage on the phone. "This lunch?" he asked. He looked at me and I just smiled. I wanted to have a date with him today, but if he is needed in the office, I'm not going to stop him. Sage calls seldom, so it must be a really important matter. "Yes," Damian replied as his jaw clenched tightly. He sighed. "Okay," and then ended the call. I smiled at him reassuringly so he won't feel bad about our busted plans. I know Damian well enough now. I've seen him prioritize me over anything else, and it's quite amazing when I think about it now. Marie always told me that he's not for me. He is going to be with someone else. He's not meant for me because of the differences in our social statuses. He's an elite while I'm just an orphan. A struggling girl who only got discovered because of my love for ballet. You need to go and change. We'll be having our lunch in Sage House today," he told me. I looked at him, confused with eyes narrowed. "What?" Damian reached for my face. "We'll eat lunch at Sage House today. He says it's their anniversary," he explained. I nodded, but then something stirred inside my head. "Anniversary, huh?" I smirked at the Miller Compton, who's holding a bouquet of white roses and a box of cake. He grinned widely. "2 months," he uttered before pulling me in a tight embrace, kissing my cheek. I laughed and pushed him away. "Don't make me laugh, Miller. I know you're not this cheesy," I told him. He stared at me, looking offended at my remark. "You make me feel like I'm an asshole to you," he said silently. I bit my lip and willed myself not to think about what he's talking about. I can't be weak when it comes to him. I can't be submissive, because if I am, he'll only take advantage. Up to now, Marie's words are still in my head. He's not the type to be serious to a girl, because he's always known that his life is well planned. He's going to be married to another rich heiress because that's how it works for the elite people. "I've never been an asshole to you," he said as if trying to convince me. I raised my brow. "Oh, you are," I told him. "You tried to pursue me even though you knew I had a boyfriend." He narrowed his eyes at me. "Is that included?" "Your ex is already engaged, Cassandra." I pursed my lips in a thin line. For the past months, I have not thought about Ivan too much. I have not cried myself to sleep. I have become better, I guess, and Miller is a good diversion. "Why? Are you still hoping you'd get back with him?" he asked me in a low voice. I sighed and rolled my eyes. "Why would I want to get back with him?" I asked, slightly offended that he thinks I still feelings for Ivan. "Well, I still do, but they're not enough to make me want to go back to him." He clenched his jaw. "I don't know. You look like you're still affected," he replied. I scoffed and laughed out loud. He thinks I'm still affected. What an chut. "I'm not," I reiterated. "I'm not wishing for that to happen. I've already moved on from that." He smirked. "Yes, you should." He leaned closer to my ear. You should stop thinking about him or else I'm going to kill you all night. You won't be able to walk in the morning," he whispered like a warning. I smirked back at him. "Is that a threat?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, baby. It's a fucking promise." "Cassandra." Damian's voice brought me back to reality. "What happened? Another memory?" he asked. I looked at him before nodding. "Yes, a short one," I replied. He pursed his lips in a thin line before kissing my temple. He didn't say a word. He never asked me about my memories anymore. Even though I tell him that I had a flashback, he would ask more. I hugged him tight. "Are you okay?" I asked him and he nodded. "Are you okay?" he asked in a gentle voice. "Does your head hurt?" I stared at him, looking at me with a caring gaze before shaking my head. "I'm not hurt. My head doesn't hurt when I have my flashbacks anymore," I replied. He sighed and pulled me close to him again. "Good to know, baby," he whispered. "How come you're not asking for what I remember?" I asked. I'm really curious, but then I think I have an idea why. He looked at me and smiled weakly. "It's okay, baby. I don't want to pressure you into telling me everything. Your memories are yours and I respect them," he told me. I narrowed my eyes at me. Somehow, something in me melted, like I was guilty of something. I was about to speak again but he kissed my forehead. "Go and prepare now. We'll go to Sage in an hour." "Happy anniversary," I greeted Sage and Heaven, who are playing with their son. Heaven looked at me and smiled widely before hugging me. "Kes, it's so great to see you," she beamed and I chuckled. Sage smiled at me while carrying their son in his arms. "Your son is so cute," I beamed. Heaven smiled widely. "Ivan's only 9 months," she said happily. I smiled and tried to play with the baby but he cried loudly so I stopped. He's having a stranger anxiety. "Miller, Porter, Grace," Heaven beamed, making me look at the people she called out. Damian came in and walked to me but not after kissing Ivan on his cheek. He wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed my cheek. Porter and Grace came in with their son, Paul, who smiled at me widely. He also asked Sage if he could play Ivan while we eat, which Sage, of course, couldn't turn down. After all, Paul is a ball of sunshine. Grace came to me and talked about how my life in Chicago was going when we heard a seemingly elegant laugh from the door. And there I saw 3 older women with someone familiar. I heard Damian utter a curse under his breath while I stared at the familiar woman beside a woman with hair up in a clean bun. She's wearing diamonds on her neck and gold on her fingers before stopping and narrowing her eyes at me. "Heaven," the older woman said. "I didn't know you invited my son and his friend." She stared at me from head to foot. I was surprised at how she called me. "And what? That woman is Damian's mother?" Mrs. Compton walked towards me and Damian, followed by the familiar woman. She looked at Damian, whose eyes are narrowed on his mother. "Good to see you, son," she beamed as she kissed his son on the lips. She raised her brow at me and looked at me like I was nothing in their circle. Well, financially, I am not. But it hurts me so much when she called me Damian's friend. Did she not know that I married his son? Aunt Eris, we have your favorite dish on the table. Let's go check them. Heaven beamed, but Eris Compton didn't leave until she was able to look at me intently. Good, she told Heaven before they left and went to the kitchen. Damian let out a heavy sigh before I called the familiar woman. I remember her. Kiana, I called her. She stopped and then looked at me. You know me? She asked, but I can see on her face that she is not happy to see me. I slightly smiled, not wanting to make it even more awkward than it already is. You're Ivan's cousin, I told her, trying to sound cheerful. Kiana looked at me with a raised brow. Ivan's cousin, she trailed. That's exciting, she told me before turning her back on me, and Damian and I followed Eris Compton inside. I looked at Damian, who's only got his jaw clenched, while he looked at Kiana walking inside the house. Sage sighed beside Damian. I shouldn't have called Mom, he uttered regrettably before patting my husband's shoulder before walking inside as well. I held onto Damian's hand and squeezed it reassuringly. It's alright, I told him and smiled widely. It's okay. Damian shut his eyes before nodding. Just don't listen to anything. I nodded and beamed at him. It's you that I only believe, I told him, and he seemed to relax a bit. There is only a word to describe this gathering. Awkward. Heaven and Heradan are trying their best to make all the tension go away, but the irritation on Eris Compton's eyes is still there. She just doesn't want to stop giving me side glances that make me really uncomfortable. I feel like I am under her scrutiny and I have to always watch my every move. Damian is acting normal though. It's as if he's not bothered by his mother's presence at all. I wish I can do that too. But my mind is full of memory of her scolding Damian when he first came back to the office. She was fuming mad and I've heard enough of her words. She's angry because she thinks Damian is only wasting his time on me. And I must admit, it hurt. What else do you want? Damian's soft voice asked. I looked at him and saw him smiling at me. I'm done with the main course, so I pointed at the dessert which Damian gladly got for me. Grace smiled at me. Sweet, she mouthed, and I couldn't help but blush. Can't she get it on her own? Eris Compton's voice sounded so annoyed. She looked at me with discriminating eyes, as if I have to act the way she wants me to act. Kiana raised her brow at me before looking at Eris. She must have been spoiled by your son, she chimed. Heaven narrowed her eyes at Kiana, which is an unusual feat because Heaven always look nice and kind. She's a living angel. She's demure and classy at the same time. Come on, Eris. Your son is only taking care of his wife. Heradan beamed. She shook her head at her sister, but Eris Compton seemed so angry at me. I pressed my lips together and brought my utensils down. Damian looked at me with narrowed eyes and a clenched jaw before facing his mother. Can you chill, Mom? He asked in a rude manner. Eris Compton's eyes were wide and her lips parted when she heard what Damian said. Miller, she asked like she couldn't believe what she just heard him say. Damian let out a heavy breath. We're done here, he announced and wiped his lips with a table napkin. My eyes widened as I watched him stand up. He faced Porter and Sage and told them that we are leaving. His cousin's eyes were wide but both of them nodded. "Miller," Hiradan called, "please stay here. We haven't caught up yet," she said in a calm way. She even looked at me and smiled. I bit my lower lip and didn't know how to respond to that. She's more approachable than Eris Compton. She's kinder and seemed more welcoming to me. "Come on, Cassandra," Hera told me. "Tell your husband to stay for a moment first." I pursed my lips in a thin line before looking at Eris Compton, who's glaring at me. I smiled weakly before looking at Damian, already prepared to leave. "We can stay for another hour," I whispered him as I held his hand. Eris winced when she saw me holding her son's hand, and Kiana's face turned sour. Damian heaved a heavy sigh before sitting back. He pulled me closer to him. "30 minutes," he whispered, and I nodded. Hera sighed and smiled wider. "You're just like Porter." "So whip," she chuckled lowly while Porter glared at her. Grace laughed and Hera laughed with her. They looked so harmonious, and for a moment I felt envious. I gave a quick glance to Damian's mother and saw her talking to Kiana. I wish I could be close to her like how Grace is close to Hera. Damian wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed my temple. "We should just go home." I looked at him and sighed. I also want to go home, but I don't want his mother to think that I don't want to be here. Although it's true. But she's already annoyed at me that I can't afford to make her hate me more. After all, she's still my husband's mother. I gave Damian an assuring smile. "It's okay." Thank God for heaven and grace, because my night became less toxic when they started asking me my plans. They also asked me if I plan to go back to ballet, but I don't have plans about it yet. For now, I want to regain all my memories first before I decide what I need to do next. As a matter of fact, when I was cleaning our closet, I saw my cards and IDs inside a bag. I wonder if there would be a way for me to know my passwords. I'm going to ask Marie about that because I don't want to disturb him even more. He needs to work and I don't want to be on the way. The hour extension that Damian said became 2 hours. Damian's mother and Kiana went home right after the dinner, which made it all better. Heradan left soon after. She was so sad that she had to leave early because her husband is already looking for her. Damian was talking with his cousins while us girls are playing with Paul and Ivan. Not long after, Damian came to me and I already know what he's going to tell me. He's going to tell me that we're going home. He wrapped his arm around me and Grace, and Heaven smiled. "Sorry, we need to go home earlier. Cassandra cannot afford to be tired," he explained. Heaven and Grace nodded immediately while their husbands smirked at Damian. "Sure, Miller. Thanks for coming." Heaven beamed before looking at me. "Let's have some girl time next time." I smiled and nodded. "Sure, I'd love to," I replied before kissing Paul and Ivan. They are such sweet kids. We're actually telling Grace to conceive now because Paul seemed to be so fond of babies. He'd make a good brother. Damian and I bade goodbye to everyone and we went home happier and more satisfied than what I thought we would be. His mom is a monster. I can see that. And she almost ruined the night for Damian. I'm sorry about Mom. Damian told me when we were on the road. I looked at him and saw him focus on the front, but from here, I can see his jaw clenching. I can see how annoyed he is with his mom. He was ready to leave the dinner because I know that he is not happy with the way his mom treated me. But then, I don't want to be the weak girl who would only depend on him. "It's okay," I said. "I know she doesn't like me." Damian glanced at me quickly before focusing on the road again. "It doesn't matter," he replied. I narrowed my eyes at him. "What?" He shook his head. "It doesn't matter if she likes you or not. She's not the person you married. We can leave anytime you want." I stilled as I felt a swelling feeling on my chest. He's willingly giving me the power to tell him what we'll do next. If I wanted to leave, we'll leave. But then, I would not want to take him away from his company again. He's the sole heir to their group of banks. He's needed here because he's going to inherit everything in the future. "It's okay, Damian. I can handle everything." He looked at me and sighed. "I don't want anyone hurting you, baby. Remember that." I looked at him and smiled. There are definitely a lot of questions in my head, but choosing Damian will never be one of them again. "Are you going to the office?" I asked Damian while preparing for our breakfast. "He's on the phone a while ago, talking to someone who seemed very important, and now he's wearing a black suit and all ready to attend a meeting." He walked to me and hugged me from behind. "I'll be back early. I need to be in a meeting." I nodded and smiled at him. "Okay, I'm planning to hang out with Marie today." He nodded and kissed my cheek. "Where are you going?" he asked. I shrugged. "We don't know yet. We're probably just going to eat," I replied. "Text me all the time, please." I narrowed my eyes at him. "You're in a meeting. You cannot use your phone," I pouted at him. He smirked. "Well, I can if I use it for you, baby." I immediately blushed at his words. He really knows how to make me speechless. He really knows what to say to take my breath away. Damn it. He bent down and kissed me on the lips. "Text me, okay?" he said in a gentle voice that could take anyone's heart away. I bit my lip and nodded, and that was what happened. I met up with Marie and we ended up eating in a Japanese restaurant before going to Berkshire to grab some drinks. I texted Damian of my whereabouts and he said he will come to me the moment he's finished with his meetings. Marie smirked at me. "You're really whipped now, huh?" she said meaningfully. I looked at her. "What?" she chuckled before gulping the drink down. "I remember before, you're always ignoring Miller. But now, you're already texting him all your whereabouts." "He told me to text him. I don't want him to worry." She nodded. "You're different now, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad one." I narrowed my eyes at her. "Why do you think so?" She looked at me and sighed. "Remember when Ivan cheated on you? You were not seen outside. You were only sulking at home." She trailed as if trying to stop herself to saying more. I nodded. "I remember that part." She looked at me and pursed her lips in a thin line. "When you were heartbroken because of Miller, you were worse. You fled, went to Las Vegas, even though you don't know anything about that place." My eyes widened. "I don't know about that. I don't know anything about being heartbroken for Damian. I only knew about Ivan but never about Damian." Marie smiled. "You'll know in time, I'm sure," she said. I pursed my lips in a thin line and gathered all my thoughts and strength to ask her about one question. "Do you know Kiana Purse?" I asked her. "It has been bothering me since yesterday. I knew that she is Ivan's cousin, but what I don't know is why she's close to Damian's mother. Why is Eris Compton so comfortable with her? And why did she act like she's not my friend?" I remembered her as someone who wanted to help me move on from Ivan, his cousin. But why does it feel so different now? Marie narrowed her eyes at me. "Kiana, you met with her?" she asked me. I nodded. "She's Ivan's cousin, right? She's at the anniversary celebration of Heaven and Sage. She's with Eris Compton." Marie shook her head. "She's still here?" she asked, like she's annoyed at Kiana's presence. "What's wrong with her?" For once, I remembered her as a friend, but she didn't seem like one when I met her yesterday. Marie swallowed before gulping the whole shot in front of us. She seemed so stressed about it because she looked so pissed off. "What did she do to you?" she asked. I looked at her, still baffled and puzzled. "Nothing," I replied. "Kiana didn't do anything to me. She was kind of rude, but she didn't hurt me or anything of that sort." Marie took a deep breath. "Kiana Purse is Miller Compton's alleged fiancé." My eyes widened as my whole system froze. "What did she say again? Did I hear it right?" Marie sighed again. "Although I don't know what she's still doing there when it's so clear that Miller doesn't like her," she uttered. I looked at her, still not moving because of the shock it brought me. "Kiana is Damian's fiancé? How come?" "She's always terrorizing you before, Kes. She's tried to hurt you so many times," she told me. "What?" I asked in shock and disbelief. Marie sighed and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Q. I know I shouldn't tell you this because it's better if you remember it on your own, but Kiana is dangerous and you need to be careful. She's like a clingy ex-girlfriend." I was only thinking of what Marie told me, and it's already been days. I tried to search it on the internet and saw some articles related to it. Now, I know why Eris Compton is close to her. Now, I understand what she's doing there. She's Damian's mother's pick. She's the right one for Damian for Eris Compton. Thinking about it now makes me feel sullen and sullen. I feel like I have something more to prove because I am not the best bet of Damian's mother. But Damian always made me feel like he would do everything for me. Was that how he was to me before as well? I am already getting frustrated because I cannot remember everything and I want to remember everything now, especially now that everything's slowly falling into place. I am finally understanding what I really feel before I lost all my memories. No one would tell me, but I feel like I already know. And I wonder how I felt before when I knew about Kiana and Damian. Marie said I fled. Why would I do that? I don't think I would be that devastated to fly away from Chicago. I have a hunch why, but I don't want to think about it. I sighed hard and looked at the time. It's already 9 in the evening and Damian still hasn't come back. This morning, he told me that he'll attend an important meeting, but why is he still not home? He's been out since this morning. I grabbed my phone and texted him. "Me, what time are you coming home? I cook food for you." I bit my lip as I read back the text I just sent. I never send him text asking him where he is, but right now, I feel like something is not right. A few minutes passed and he's still not responding, which is a bit unusual knowing that he always replies fast. I started to call him but he's not answering. I was already losing hope when he suddenly answered, only it was a female's voice. "Hello, who's this?" I narrowed my eyes and I could feel my throat running dry. Where's Damian?" I asked, unsure of what I am supposed to tell her. "Oh, my fiancé is in the bathroom. Sorry, who's this?" she said in a sweet voice. "Huh?" I couldn't help but ask. "Oh, nothing," I replied before hanging up on the phone call and slowly bursting into tears. Miller-Compton is already engaged to the heiress of a trading company. That was the headline. I narrowed my eyes at the screen where I saw a picture of Miller talking in a podium while wearing a navy blue coat and a maroon tie. I didn't bother reading the whole article because I felt something in me crash down. My chest suddenly felt heavy that I find it harder to breathe. I gave the phone to Marie and started to calm myself, trying not to show Marie how uncomfortable I am with that article. Marie looked at me in the mirror while her lips pressed tightly together. Her eyes are sharp like she's trying to give me a warning. "I'm fine," I told her before she opens her mouth. I held my aching head as I sat on the bed. My heart is beating too fast as memories started to rain in my brain. My tears started crying as everything started to make sense. Everything is slowly falling into their right places while my heart is breaking into a million pieces. "I'm not gonna make this long, Miss Collins. I am Eris Compton, Miller's mother. The gold dangling earrings she's wearing seems to sparkle when she talks. I don't want you for my son." My eyes widened and looked at Kiana but she was not responding at all. She's only staring back at me with a serious look. "What is happening?" Eris Compton's smile sent shivers to my spine. She's smiling at me so wickedly that I am actually questioning why I replied to that text of Kiana. "Kiana here is my son's fiancé," she trailed while my eyes widened in shock. I looked at Kiana again and remembered that she's sulking because her fiancé didn't like her back. It turns out that her fiancé is Miller? What a small world. "I'm pregnant," Kiana stated seriously. She looked at me with no humor in her face. I narrowed my eyes at her while anxiety ran through my system. "She's pregnant?" Kiana pushed an envelope to me on top of the table. "This is my ultrasound," she said. "You can read it and see that I am not lying." I looked at the envelope, not wanting to open it or even hold it because I can't even understand what I am already feeling right now. Eris Compton raised her brow at me. She must have seen how I am flabbergasted right now. "The father of the child is my son," she told me. "They are going to have a family soon." My throat ran dry. Family. Miller is going to have a family soon. And the sad part is that he's not going to have a family with me. He's going to have a family with someone else. Pain crossed my chest and I couldn't help the tears from forming around my eyes. I swallowed the lump forming in my throat and nodded. I took a deep breath and tried to gather myself. They don't say it, but I know why they called me here. Eris Compton doesn't want me for her son because, like any other wealthy family out there, She wants him to marry another wealthy personality. And Kiana is the perfect example. They don't say it directly, but I know what they want me to do. They want me to leave Miller alone. They want me to leave him. And yes, I will. Not for Kiana, but for the baby she's carrying with her. I understand everything, I said for the first time. You want me to leave Miller. Eris Compton smirked. Miller seemed to be good in choosing his too. At least, you're intelligent. I winced at what she called me. She must have thought of other people that lowly, which is actually amazing because I can't see any hint of inauthenticity from her. She speaks her mind, and I think that's one of the things I could swallow to admire from her. I smiled at her widely. While I thank you for being brutally honest with your opinions about me, I have to say that you don't have any knowledge about me and my life. You may see me now as someone distracting your son, but you have no right to call me his madam. I am not, and I will never be. Eris Compton's jaw dropped at my words. I smiled once more and then looked at Kiana. I feel betrayed, yes, but she's pregnant so I wouldn't blame her. Congratulations on your pregnancy, Kiana. He's good in bed, right? I asked her in a mocking way before grabbing my bag and standing up. Congratulations on your engagement too. Now, you don't have to go drinking on the bar. I'm pretty sure your baby will appreciate you being sober. Both of them are looking at me in disbelief before I turned my back at them. Tears were flowing nonstop. Damian is with Kiana. I know that voice. That is her voice. But why? Why is my husband with her? Why are they in one room? Why did he have to use the bathroom? I don't understand. My head stung as another flash of memory came to mind. Please, Cassandra, be with me, he said painfully. Tears already brimmed around his eyes, and that's what makes it hurt even more. Don't beg me now, Miller. Please don't make this even harder for me, baby. I'm doing this for your family. I'm doing this for your reputation, for your company. Kiana is pregnant, I said just so he would stop. She's carrying your baby. What are you talking about? He asked, confused and almost angry. I sighed. Your mother and your fiancé talked to me this morning and they said you have a child on the way with Kiana because she's pregnant and they even gave me the bullshit. His voice thundered. Is that why you're leaving me? He asked, now enraged. My eyes widened, lips parted. Did he not know? God damn it! He cursed out loud. Kiana is not pregnant with my baby. Damn, I never even touched her. Now my jaw dropped and my sanity flew out the window. What? I asked, dizzy with everything that's happening. Miller shut his eyes and let out a heavy sigh before looking straight to my eyes again. Remember when you got mad at me because you heard about me getting engaged to someone else? That's Kiana, but I already said no to that. There's no way I'm going to marry someone I don't love. I bawled my eyes out until I was out of breath. That memory caused my heart to break into millions of pieces. He wanted to be with me. He loves me. But I also can't deny the fact that because of his love for me, he's slacking on other things. Things that are also important to him and to his family. Because if it's not important, then why would his cousins fly to Nevada to convince him to go back? Why would they effort that much for nothing? Damian is needed here, and if he's holding back because of me, then maybe I'm really a burden. Maybe I really need to disappear. My head hurts, but I was already packing my things because that memory made my heart hurt more than ever. Tears clouded my vision as I started to put my clothes in the suitcase. I will call Marie later and ask her where I could stay for the meantime before I can book a flight away from here. That call just shattered all my dreams. I don't need to ask her who she is. I know it's Kiana. Her voice is a giveaway. I just couldn't admit it to myself then. But it is her, because who would call themselves Miller's fiancé other than her? I shut my eyes and remembered everything that Miller told me in my memory. He'd give up everything. He'd leave everything and everyone behind for me. I could recall Damian telling me that I was worth everything in his life, that nothing else mattered more than me in his life. But what is this? Someone rang the doorbell. I immediately zipped my suitcase and grabbed my phone, dialing Marie's number. "Where are you?" I greeted when she answered. "Dance studio," she replied. "Are you crying?" she asked, worried. I sniffed and wiped my tears. "Met me somewhere," I told her in between sobs and hiccups. I heard her curse. "Okay, I'll meet you near your house, okay? Pancake house?" she suggested. "Yes, please," I replied, not wanting to think anymore. I just want to leave this place and get away from all the pain. The doorbell rang again and now I'm suspicious. This isn't Damian. Damian doesn't ring the doorbell. He just burst in. I fixed myself before I opened the door, only to be shocked to see Eris Compton standing there in her black dress, gold necklace, and her hair in a neat bun. She looked at me and then at the luggage behind me. "Are you finally leaving?" she asked me in her righteous voice. I looked at her with narrowed eyes. "That's right, Cassandra. You're not going to see her anymore, so you can show her your true emotions now." "What do you want from me?" I asked her, not backing down even though she has two bodyguards behind her. She smirked at me. She handed me an envelope. "I had your marriage investigated. It is not filed," she said. "That only means one thing. You are just my son's. Nothing more, nothing else. He made you believe he married you so he could play with you even more. I know him. He's my son after all." I gulped hard as I skimmed through the document. I clenched my fist, slightly crumpling the paper in my hands, but I tried so hard to act tough in front of her. "So is this it? This is why I don't remember marrying him. Because we didn't really get married for real. He lied to me. He made me believe him. He made me act like his wife when we're not even married." My heart was drowning in a sea of pain. In the end, he used me. Why? Because I was easy? Because I couldn't remember anything and it would be easier for him to control me? I looked at Mrs. Compton, trying so hard not to shed any tear. "Nice for you, then." I smiled widely. "Then, your son can marry the woman you want for him. Kiana, isn't it?" I bet I am a laughing stock right now, but I remembered a lot of moments with Miller, and I was happy with him. Maybe he really doesn't like Kiana. Her face contorted in anger. It's so obvious that she's pissed off. I remember that day when you called me in a restaurant and tricked me. You told me Kiana is pregnant so I would back off and leave. I'm sure you knew that your son ran after me. He begged me to marry him. He pleaded for me to stay with him. And I did because I love him. I did everything because I love your son, I told her. Eris Compton stood there, watching me in shock. Well, she must be because this is the first time that I am going to tell her what's on my mind. I left him because I thought we're not meant to be together. He's rich and I'm just a rising ballerina from the orphanage. I was ready to accept that we're not destined to be together, that he's only a distant star, a dream for me. I paused and sighed, but when he told me he's willing to give everything up for me, I saw how sincere he is. He was crying, madam. He was in anguish and I saw it in his eyes. He told me several times how much he loves me before we flew to Las Vegas. Unfortunately, that was the last memory I could remember. I don't really remember marrying him, but the pictures in the bedroom tells me that we did. I smiled, imagining the photos that hung on the wall. He might not have registered our marriage, but the smile on his face on the frame tells me a lot, and I can see that I was happy too. I know I am happy too. This is it. But I want a peaceful life, madam. I lost my memories and I want them back. I now think that coming back was a mistake. I should have stayed in Nevada and started a new life there. Maybe I would have been happy there. I took a deep breath. So now, I'm leaving your son. But not because you told me to, but because I want to get rid of all the stress in my life. And don't worry, I won't come looking for your son when my memories come back. I'll stay where I am and try to live a peaceful life. I swallowed a big lump in my throat before pulling my suitcase, leaving Damian, my everything. "Why are you leaving again?" Marie asked me with teary eyes. I smiled. "I need to go away. I can't find my peace here," I told her as I fixed my passport and my plane ticket. Marie looked at me sternly and sadly before sighing. "What about Miller?" she asked. I smiled weakly and looked away. "He'll be fine," I replied for certain, but I probably sounded like I was hoping he would be fine. Marie cursed and then pulled me for a hug. "You know that you're the only friend I had, right? You're the only real friend I have, and I am going to support you with all your decisions, but Cassandra, I've seen you with Miller. I've seen you with him before you lost your memories, and I've seen you with him after. You have always been happy with him." She cried on my shoulder and I smiled, hugging her as tight as she does. "I am happy with him," I said softly, "because I love him." Marie looked at me. Her eyes are already swollen and red. "Then why are you going to leave?" Her voice was rising and she's already mad. I sighed, in pain of the answer in my head. "I need this for my peace of mind." I repeated what I said earlier. Marie narrowed her eyes at me. "You can find peace here. You can move out. Stay with me and I'll help you with your memories." I shook my head. "I want to go away from Damian. Marie, I need to go away in order to move on," I explained. "Why do you need to move on? I thought you both love each other," she asked in a soft but frustrated voice. "You won't find peace when you don't talk. Don't escape, Cassandra. It's what you're always doing when things get rough." "I can't trust myself when it comes to Damian, Marie." My voice rose. My chest is rising up and down. Damian, I don't know. He makes me do crazy things. He makes me follow whatever he says. He's my safety and I tend to always lean on him. Marie frowned at me. But this time, I want to do it on my own. I want to remember all of my memories on my own. And I want to live by my own. I want to experience everything on my own. I want to be alone. Marie held my face and shook her head. Her eyes are directed into mine and they seem like they're begging me to stop talking. Don't you know how much I don't know you right now? She asked in a weak voice. You're not usually like this, Kes. You've always been independent and driven, but when it comes to your heart, you always choose it. You always choose what makes you happy. So why? Why are you leaving your happiness now? My eyes widened with what she said. I was kind of shocked that she told me all of this. Marie was always my main support. So why is she telling me all of this now? Cassandra, I love you. You're the only friend I have and I refuse to see you in pain because you let go the man you love without putting up a fight. You're a strong woman. Fight for him until the end. Her voice was begging. I stared at her. She's looking at me with pure concern and worry. Marie, please, she asked. Even a call would suffice. You couldn't live like this. You couldn't just live again. I looked at her and saw how persistent she is. That's when I realized that she has a point. Leaving without saying goodbye is cowardice. Damian deserved more than that. Okay, I said as I sighed. I tried calling him using Marie's phone but he wasn't answering. I left my phone in his penthouse. I don't want him to have means to track me down. Maybe he's in a meeting or maybe he's really with Kiana. I don't know. Maybe he's finally realized that he won't have a future with me. Maybe he's finally realized that his parents will be happier if he gets to marry the person that his mother is rooting for. Anyway, I'm used to being alone. I'm an orphan. I looked at Marie. He's not answering, I told her. Send him a text, she ordered. I sighed and typed in a message on the phone. Me. I know this is probably one of the most selfish things to do but I am leaving and I apologize for not being able to give you a proper goodbye. For all the times that I spent with you, I realize how kind you are to me. Even when I wasn't able to remember any of my past, you were very patient with me. You stayed with me and forget about your reputation, your luxury life. You left the life you knew just to be with me. At first, I wasn't able to see through it but now I know everything. I can't write everything that I have in my mind but I hope that one day I will be able to tell you all the things that come in my head when I think about you. I hope I will be able to tell you everything I want to tell you. But I want to thank you. Thank you for always being there for me. Thank you for being there for me when I had no one else. Thank you for being patient with me even when I made it very obvious that I didn't believe in you 100%. Thank you for making me happy. I hope there are times that I made you feel at least half as what you made me feel. I wish I made you happy. I wish I made you satisfied. And above all, I wish that in another life, we'll meet again and by then, we'll be able to spend forever together. Cassandra. I locked the phone and handed it back to Marie. She's crying and she doesn't know what to do, so I gave her an assuring smile. She's the only person I trusted the most because she's my best friend. I had a dream about her and it consisted of the fun moments we had during our days in the studio. She's the only family I had after losing my parents, aside from Damian. She's someone that I will always be thankful for. Marie sighed and then walked closer to give me a hug. Be okay, alright? Always text me, she told me in a tearful voice. I smiled and nodded. I will update you when I got there. She took a deep breath and frowned. Update me every day. I need to know you're safe. I nodded and kissed her cheek. I will be okay. She nodded back before my flight is being announced. I need to be at the boarding gate. I have to go, I told her. Marie looked at me sadly. Take care, she replied and waved. I smiled and nodded. You too. I'm gonna miss you so bad, but if you think this is the right thing to do for now, I'll try to do damage control with Miller. Although I know it would fail 98%. I chuckled and shook my head. She still has the time to utter a joke. I have to go, I told her. She nodded and waved again. Go ahead, she encouraged me. I walked to the couches near the boarding gate and waited for my flight to be announced. My eyes are tired from crying and I don't think I still have tears to cry. I don't think I am the kind of person who would cry in public places. In my previous memories, I am a tough girl. I don't show my weakness to anyone, and I wish I am still the same woman I am before. I have lost my memories. I have lost my own personality. I have lost my identity. What I have now are the remnants of the Cassandra before. But that doesn't mean I am still the same old Cassandra. I am different now. I may not know a lot about my past self anymore, but that doesn't mean I am less than the woman I can be. I can still be a strong Cassandra. I can build my own new identity with the memories I have back and the new memories I gained after the amnesia. I stopped when I heard someone speaking on the intercom. I am sorry to announce to you that the flight number MCNV23 going to Las Vegas, Nevada is delayed due to some technical issues. We apologize for this inconvenience. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the flight number on my ticket. I sighed when I realized that it is the same flight that's delayed. I stared my left hand and noticed the ring. My heart broke when I remembered all the time I spent with Damian in Newport. It was the best thing that has ever happened to me ever since I woke up from coma. The moments where we stay at home and act like an awkward couple. The moments where he would assure me that I will get my memories back. The times that we kissed. The times that we made love. Newport is definitely the only place that I can call home. And it where I could be at peace. My head spun for a moment and I closed my eyes. Is this my dress? I asked Miller. Sorry, he told me. Did you have another dress in mind? He asked in a husky voice. I looked at Miller and shook my head. I was just wondering how you managed to get all of this in a short period of time. You look very beautiful, he whispered as he kissed my cheek. I can't wait to marry you. I smiled widely and blushed. Me too. We walked out of the suite and went straight to the elevator. Miller told me that the judge is in one of the function rooms of this hotel. Miller held my hand tight. "Sorry if this isn't the wedding of the century," he whispered. I smiled reassuringly and shook my head. "Any wedding with you is perfect," I replied, and he smiled at me. "I love you," I whispered him as I clung onto his arm. He chuckled lightly. "I love you more, Cassandra," he replied. That made everything alright. We arrived at one of the function rooms and saw one judge and his assistants, but my eyes widened when I saw 4 hotel staff members inside. I looked at Miller curiously. "We need witnesses." I couldn't contact anyone because they are all in Chicago, so I just asked a few hotel crews to witness for us, Miller explained. I nodded and smiled at the hotel staff members who were nice enough to be witnesses of our simple wedding. The judge called Miller and then we started. It was a simple and fast wedding. We exchanged vows and signed the papers before the judge announced that we're husband and wife now. I looked at Miller, who was smiling at me. He took something out of his inside pocket and my eyes widened when I saw a square black velvet box. "What?" I couldn't even finish what I am going to tell him because my eyes couldn't stop looking at the velvet box on his hand. He slowly opened it and there goes 2 gold bands, both lined with diamonds. He grinned at me and then took the smaller ring and put it around my finger. "I asked Migo to buy me this online and they got delivered when you were in the bathroom." My lips parted. "He did all that?" Now I feel extremely sad because I couldn't do anything for him. It's our wedding, but he's the one who prepared everything, from my dress to the ring. "Ain't I useless?" he chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll let you do all the preparations for our grand wedding," he consoled me. I smiled and nodded. "Okay," I replied, relieved and excited at the same time. I took the bigger ring and slid it around his ring finger. I looked at him and smiled. "I love you," I told him. "I hope you don't get enough of me telling you that." Miller smiled widely before pulling me in a tight embrace. "I won't get tired of any word you utter, my love," he whispered, and I could feel a warm feeling in my chest. "My love," he called me that. I have never been called that. Tears started to well around my eyes as I hugged him as tight as I could. Never had I imagined myself being overwhelmed for 2 words before, but ever since I met Miller, I feel like every moment he spends with me is overwhelming. He's different and he made me feel loved in a whole new different kind of level. And for the first time since I fell, I am grateful to have let myself fall for him. Kiana met me at the Vermont Hotel near the casino. I narrowed my eyes at the message I received. "This is the first day of my married life with Miller and Kiana is texting me to meet her." "And what's that? She's in Vermont? She's in Vegas too?" I looked at Miller, who's asleep beside me. "I don't know what time we finish, but I am so sore this morning. I wonder if I had at least 2 hours of sleep." I sighed and typed in a reply, "Me." "Okay, I need to tell you something too." While we were on the plane ride, I thought of it. I thought of talking to Kiana when I got back to Chicago. So this is not an impulsive decision. I really wanted to do this and end all feud once and for all. I love Miller and I will keep him with me, especially now that I am already his wife. I wrote a note telling Miller where I will be at so he wouldn't be worried. I booked an Uber and traveled to the said hotel. I was looking through the buildings and establishments, awed at this concrete city when I heard the driver cursing. He blew the horn continuously and all I could see is a huge truck moving our way. I screamed so hard before everything went black. I jumped on my seat. My heart is beating extremely loud and I could feel the tears falling down my face. I feel like reality has hit me so hard now that I am here. Now that everything is clear. I sobbed hard and clenched my center of my chest. I didn't care that I was crying in the middle of the waiting area. A lot of people are looking at me, probably wondering what went wrong because of my sudden breakdown. But I couldn't care about what they're thinking anymore. My heart is aching so bad now that I remember all the things I did to Damian before, all the doubts, all the blame. I can only imagine how hurt he is when he saw me. I can only imagine how devastated he is when he knew about what happened. It was the first day of our married life and that already happened. Maybe it's also the reason why he couldn't proceed on the registration because he was busy attending to me. That's why we were in a hotel when I got discharged. It was our hotel room before everything went downhill. It was our hotel when we got married. It was the hotel that we shared our first night as a married couple. I wiped my tears and tried to gather myself. I can't feel like this. Damian enjoyed everything for me. So the last thing that I can do now is to fight for him. And now I have decided I will go back and fight for him. I don't care about anything anymore. I love him and I have to stand up for my feelings. I have to take a stand and fight for my emotions and for my husband. I stood up and grabbed my bag, already ready to go back to Damian's unit and apologize for the text message I sent. I will beg for him to take me again. This time, I will only believe in him. I will never leave him again. I started walking back to the gate when I suddenly stopped on my tracks. I dropped my bag on the floor as I saw the man that I love the most standing in front of me. His eyes are bloodshot as he looked at me worriedly. Sobs started to escape my mouth as I ran to him as fast as I could. I hugged him tight as I buried my face on his chest. He stiffened at my move, probably taken aback at my sudden tight embrace and outcry. I could hear people's murmurs around us but I didn't care anymore. This is my first step towards the courageous me. I need to learn how to fight for Damian. I need to learn how to fight for us because that is what I should have been doing the past. Why are you always leaving me? He whispered in a painful voice. I shook my head as I continued sobbing against his chest. I'm sorry, I uttered in between my sobs and hugged him tighter. I'm sorry, Damian. He let out a deep sigh before wrapping his arms around me. I felt him kiss the top of my head. Don't leave me again, he whispered to me. I don't know what I'd do if you're not with me. I thought I'd already made it known to you. I pulled away and looked at him. His eyes are teary as he stared at my face. He reached for my cheek and wiped away the tears running down my face. Were you really going to leave me without a proper goodbye? He asked me with a voice laced with disdain. Really? A phone call? A text message? I thought I was worth more than that, baby. I tried to look away but he directed my face to him. His brown eyes are filled with emotions and pain as he stared into my eyes. "I'm sorry," I told him in a small voice, "but you were in Kiana's bathroom." "That's not true." He cut me off. "I asked her to go to the office to stop everything once and for all." I narrowed my eyes at him. "She's the reason why you got into an accident in Vegas. She's the reason why you have amnesia now," he said in a strained voice. He sounded like he's trying to keep his calm even when he's already angry. I wanted to give her the lesson she deserves, and I want her out of Chicago, out of America if need be. I have never seen him so mad like this. Yes, he's mad when I insist my choices when it's not advised by my doctors, but he was never this mad over it. And seeing him so furious right now brings shock to my system. This man seems like Miller more than Damian. Damian is always calm and collected. Miller, from my memory, has always been intense and impulsive. I held his hand and shook my head. "I'll talk to her," I told him. "I'll end it. After all, it's my unfinished battle with her." Damian looked at me and shook his head. "No, I'm not going to allow you to meet with that woman alone," he told me. I sighed. She wanted to see me the day after our wedding. I want to know what she was supposed to say. I want to know why she wanted to meet me. Damian let out a harsh and sharp breath. "Fine," he said, giving in. "You will meet with her, but I will be in the same area." I smiled and nodded. "That's good." He still looks mad at me. "But I want you to stop leaving me first," he said. "Stop leaving me, Cassandra. That's the real issue here." I bit my lip and nodded. "I will never leave, I promise. I will never try to live again without you." He looked at me intently before smirking like he doesn't believe what I said. "Really?" I nodded and reached for his face that's still damp with the tears. "I promise." His face is so serious as he stared at mine. He licked his lips before nodding. "I'll only believe if you can answer me right now." I looked at him confused, but then my eyes widened when he suddenly bended on one knee. I looked around and saw people gasping in shock as they saw what Damian did. Some were already giving us looks while some are taking a video of this. Damian opened the small velvet box he was holding, revealing a gold band with a huge shining diamond in the center. "Marry me again, Cassandra. Prove that you're never going to live by marrying me again. But this time, it won't be witnessed only by the hotel. It will be witnessed by everyone we love and all the people important to us." My hands flung to cover my jaw ajar. He's proposing to me in front of everyone. A new set of tears is falling. But this time, they are happy ones. This time, they are falling because of the overwhelming feeling in my chest. "Please, baby, marry me again and let me be with you through everything. I want to be with you through everything." Damian's voice cracked as he uttered those words. I can see that his eyes are also clouded with tears as he braved himself to look at me. I smiled through the tears and nodded at him. "Yes," I replied. "Yes?" he asked. I chuckled and nodded. "Yes." I beamed at him as I gave him my hand. He easily slid the ring over the ring finger that still has our previous wedding ring. He smiled widely as he got up and pulled me in for a long and deep kiss. I closed my eyes and felt how he poured all his emotions on this kiss. He kissed me like he doesn't have plans on letting me go, and I did the same. I kissed him without inhibitions. I kissed him, surrendering all of me to him. I kissed and made sure he would feel that I will stay. This time, I will never leave. This time, I am willing to fight everything with him. Somebody cleared his throat from the intercom. "Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Compton, but public display of affection is definitely not tolerated by everyone. Please get a room," he announced. My eyes widened and immediately pulled away from Damian, who seemed to be so pissed off. "King Porter," he mumbled before pulling me into a tight hug. "I love you, Damian," I whispered against his chest. He sighed and kissed the top of my head. "I love you too, Cassandra." "I'm not marrying her, Mom," I told in a stern voice when she visited me in my office to tell me about my engagement with Kiana Purse. Mom sighed. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. "Miller, this is the best for you and for the company." I shook my head. "I don't need another company to expand this business, Mom. I can do it on my own." I focused on the papers in front of me. I need to finish them all so I could enjoy the night with Cassandra. I need to watch her in her musical tonight. She's been working hard for it, and I want to see how wonderful and happy she is in front of an audience. Maybe this is the time for you to take a woman seriously. You've been playing and it's not a good reputation for a bachelor and heir like you. Mom is trying to explain it, but I know what I am doing. I pursed my lips and turned to her. "Mom, I know what I want. I know who I want, and it's not Kiana Purse. So drop it before I call Migo to escort you out." Mom's eyes widened. Never had I tried to talk back to her, but I hate it when she tries to shove her decisions for me. I hate it when she decides for me without even consulting me. Hell, I know that arranged marriages are a tradition in the Black family because my parents are a product of that and it was successful. I know that it will happen to me as it already happened to Sage and Porter, but seeing how they defied it gave me hope that I could defy it for me too. Then the girl you are seeing should pass my standards. If she does not, I won't accept her as a part of our family," she said before she flipped her hair and left my office. I sighed hard before leaning on the backrest, shut my eyes and massaged my temples. Mom was extremely difficult, but I believe I handled her well. She tried so many times to set me up with Kiana for dinners, but I end up not attending because I'd rather spend time with Cassandra than waste my time pretending in a dinner I didn't want to be in any way. But I couldn't stop myself when Cassandra started to push me away because of a messy news report about me being engaged to a rich heiress. Seeing her jealous is hot, but seeing her cry made my chest constrict in pain. And that's when I knew she's the woman I will continue to choose in this lifetime. She's the woman I will endure forever with. Damn, just thinking about it makes me smile. Cassandra is mine now and she's never going to leave me again. She'll regain all her memories and then we'll enjoy forever together. It doesn't even matter if we have a family or not. A life with her is more than everything I have dreamed of. Sir, Migo's voice on the other line seemed urgent. What's wrong? I asked. I am in a closed-door meeting, so he is outside, but then I told him to call me when he wants to say something important. He was quiet for a moment before he sighed hard. You left your phone on my desk, sir, and I have a text here. He seemed reluctant. From Miss Marie. My eyes widened and my whole body froze in an instant. A text message for Marie? Why would she send me a message? It seemed very important, sir. She even called you, but you were in a meeting, so I couldn't give it back to you. I muttered under my breath, making all the board members look at me. I stood up and it only made it look confused. I need to go. Sorry, I'll appoint this meeting to Chadrick. I looked at my cousin, who was also looking at me with the same expression as the others. Where are you going? He asked in confusion. I pursed my lips together and shook my head. Somewhere important. Take over this meeting. I have to go, I replied before dashing out of the conference room. Migo was already at the door when I read it. He was looking worried as he handed me my phone back. My heart is beating loudly because I cannot remove the possibility that she might have had her head aching again. When did you get this? I asked. My heart is almost about to leap out of my chest, but it's even worse when I started opening the message thread. Marie. Damian, I know this is probably one of the most selfish things to do, but I am leaving, and I apologize for not being able to give you a proper goodbye. For all the times that I spent with you, I realized how kind you are to me. Even when I wasn't able to remember any of my past, you were very patient with me. You stayed with me and forgot about your reputation, your luxury life. You left the life you knew just to be with me. At first, I wasn't able to see through it, but now I know everything. I can't write everything that I have in my mind, but I hope that one day I will be able to tell you all the things that come in my head when I think about you. I hope I will be able to tell you everything I want to tell you. But I want to thank you. Thank you for always being there for me. Thank you for being there for me when I had no one else. Thank you for being patient with me even when I made it very obvious that I didn't believe in you 100%. Thank you for making me happy. I hope there are times that I made you feel at least half as what you made me feel. I wish I made you happy. I wish I made you satisfied. And above all, I wish that in another life, we'll meet again and by then, we'll be able to spend forever together. Cassandra. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't comprehend a word that Migo was telling me. All my thoughts are on the words Cassandra told me. In another life? Why is she talking like that? Why is she talking like we're done in this lifetime? Does she think so lowly of me and of my love for her? I love her so much and I will do everything for her. Damn, I'll give up everything, all the money and riches for her. That's how I love her. But why? Why does it always seem so easy for her to throw me away? Book me a flight to Nevada, I ordered. The earliest. I don't care how much it could cost me. If you need to buy a whole plane just for me to leave immediately, do it. I ran to the parking lot and drove as fast as I could to the airport. My mind is in haywire. All my thoughts are coiled and I couldn't think straight, but I gathered all the sanity in me so I could drive safely to the airport. I know where she is. I know even though she wouldn't tell me. I know it even though I don't illegally ask the airline companies. There's only one home she could consider, our house in Nevada. I immediately called Porter to check if Cassandra is in a flight going to Nevada. Good thing he was in their office so he was able to do it. She's booked to a flight in 10 minutes, Porter told me over the phone. I couldn't help but curse. Do something about it. Delay the flight or tell her she can't leave, I told him. Please help me on this one, Porter. I heard him sighing on the other line. Fine, he replied, but I can only delay the flight for a few minutes. That flight is filled as a deck filled with business class tickets. Fine, I replied. I'm on my way to the airport now. Just buy me some time. I need to talk to my wife, I told him, full of desperation. I got it, he replied before hanging up. My chest is aching as I impatiently drove through the traffic. My head is spinning and I can feel like I am getting suffocated by the words on Cassandra's text. When I arrived at the airport, Migo called me. Did you get me a flight? I asked him. Yes, sir. It's in 20 minutes. I sent the ticket to your email, he replied. I took my passport from the drawer before thanking my assistant. When I get back, I'm going to give him a salary raise. I immediately ran to the entrance and checked in. Good thing that there were not many people around. I was already walking to the boarding gate when I got a call from Porter. She's in gate 223, he told me. I have stalled the flight. She's still there. I wasted no time. I walked to the said gate where my wife is when I suddenly saw her walking back. She's holding her bag and is looking at me with tears in her eyes. Baby, why are you crying? Where are you going? She dropped her bag as she ran to me and God knows how much it had relieved me when she wrapped her arms around me, crying hard. My heart was beating so loudly and I'm pretty sure she can hear it over my chest. I have never felt this desperate ever since the day that she met an accident in Nevada. It was if the whole world just crashed under my feet and I was drowning. I was going straight to Earth's core. I was dying because I was on the verge of living without the love of my life. Miller, what happened? Porter came running to me. He's still wearing his office attire as he sat beside me on the cold bench of the hospital. My eyes are tired. Accident, I replied. I cried nonstop as I waited for the doctors to come out of the operating room. This morning, I got a call telling me that my wife got into an accident. Her override collided with a 10-wheeler truck which lost its control. I felt like a bucket of ice was bathed on me because it was all I could feel. Coldness. My body felt like I was buried under a ground of ice. I couldn't believe it because it was too impossible. But it, when I saw Cassandra's bloody face on the hospital bed, I lost it. I started to shouting and crying and begging and praying. This is all a dream, right? This is just a nightmare. We just got married. We just tied the knot last night. And this happens now. Son of a bitch. Miller, Kiana's faint voice registered in my brain. I looked at her and saw how horrified she is. Her face had given it all, and there, I knew that she's the reason everything happened. I stood up and was about to slap her if not for Porter, who stopped me. "Miller, stop it," my cousin yelled at me, making the other patients and staff from the hospital look our way. "What are you doing here?" I yelled at Kiana. She looked at me apologetically before tears started to stream down her face. I shut my eyes and massaged the bridge of my nose. "Damn it. I'm sorry," she sobbed. Porter dropped his hand from me and faced Kiana as well. "What's wrong, Kiana?" he asked. Kiana looked away. "I was about to meet Cassandra today." "Why?" I cut her off. "Why do you want to talk to my wife?" "I am mad. I am way beyond mad. I am enraged." Kiana looked at me terrified. Yes, she should be, because in the first place, who is she to meddle with my relationship with Cassandra? I already talked to my mother before. I already told her that I am not in favor with that pragmatic marriage she's proposing. I am not marrying someone who's not the woman I love. I'm not marrying someone who's not Cassandra. "Wife?" she asked in shock. I narrowed my eyes at her and realized that it was what she was shocked about. Damn it. Cassandra is getting operations for internal hemorrhage in her abdomen, and all this woman's thinking is why I called her my wife? I am even angrier. "Kiana, please leave," Porter asked calmly while I am already itching to spat at her. Kiana looked at Porter and frowned. "But what are you going to tell her, huh?" I asked quietly but with a voice full of anger. "I cannot say what I can do if something bad happens to my wife. I don't think I can live in a world with her in it if Cassandra. I can't think about it. The last thing I have to do now is to think of the bad things that could happen. Thoughts like that would only drive me insane." Kiana's lips quivered like she doesn't know if she should answer me or not. She looked at me horrified, but I don't think this is the time for her to be horrified. She should start praying that Cassandra survived this, or else I'm going to make sure that she pays for everything she's done. "I just want to talk to her." She looked away and sobbed. Porter mediated between us. He looked at Kiana and sighed. "I know I am not in the right position to say this, but what can you do if my cousin doesn't want to get married to you?" Kiana's jaw dropped. Porter is calmer than me or any of us. He's the level-headed of the black cousins. But when he says what's on his mind, he's straight to the point. His mother, "I don't care what Aunt Eris told you to do. But look at what happened now. They just got married last night, Kiana. Can you imagine how much pain you've caused Miller now? Do you even have concern for what my cousin could feel at least? Porter, leave. Go and tell Aunt Eris what you two did and pray that nothing happens to Cassandra, or else both of you are dead. I don't care if she's my aunt. I'm going to see the end of this." Kiana looked at Porter in shock before turning her back and left. I was still fuming mad, and I still want to break the wall when Porter looked at me. "I'll go to the police and ask about the accident. I called Sage and he's on his way. Chadrick is flying back from London, so he'll be here in the morning," he told me. I looked at him with no energy and direction at all. I couldn't even nod. I just wanted to wake up from this horrible nightmare. Porter patted my shoulder. I'll get a hospital room. Go and sleep there. I shook my head. I don't want to. I want to wait for the doctor to come out. Porter intently looked at me before nodding. All right, I'll be back in a while. I nodded. Thank you. Porter sighed. It's nothing. I'll go ahead so I can come back earlier. I was left alone in the hospital and waited another hour before the doors of the operating room opened. The doctor came out and walked straight to me. I stood up and met him halfway. He removed his mask and smiled at me. The operation ended up well. Your wife is in the recovery room and after 2 hours, she'll be transferred to a regular room. He started. Fortunately, her organs are okay. The trauma and bleeding are now under control. We're just going to monitor her condition. I sighed in relief. It's as if a huge rock was out of my chest. Thank you, doctor, I said as I shook his head. Thank God. Thank God. Can I see her? I asked. The doctor politely shook his head. Not yet, Mr. Compton. We're still monitoring her intensively, so you'll have to wait for an hour until her vitals have stabilized. I nodded. That's fine for now. I need to wait for an hour more until I could see my wife. It's okay. I can wait for another 60 minutes. Thank you. He smiled at me and nodded. You can breathe a sigh of relief now. I smiled weakly before he motioned to leave. I sat on the bench again and shut my eyes as I thanked God for keeping my wife safe. Nothing else matters more than my wife's safety. She's always comes first. Cassandra first over everything. An hour has passed and I was allowed to visit my wife inside the recovery room, dressed in some gown, cap and mask for infection control. I walked to the bed where my wife is at. She's connected to different machines while there is a tube on her side. I guess it is inserted at the side of her chest. The nurse nodded at me and gave me a chair as I held my wife's hand. She looked so peaceful asleep. She's got bruises and abrasions on her face and a white bandage over his head because of the operations on her brain, but she looked so solemn. My eyes stung while I stared at her pale face. We've only been happy last night. We made love nonstop and I'm blaming myself for that because I woke up late. If only I had woken in earlier, none of this would have happened. Damn it! I wiped the tears in my eyes before they fall. There's no use in thinking of that now. She's already here. She's already safe and that's all that matters. Now I only need to be strong. I need to be strong for us, especially for her. She was transferred to a regular room right after. I chose the best suite in the hospital because I was Cassandra to be comfortable even when she hasn't woken up yet. Sage and Porter came by last night and watched over her as they ordered me to sleep first. Chadrick came in the morning. He bought food for all of us. You need to eat food if you want to watch over her, Miller. Chad told me when he noticed that I am just staring at the food. It's been hours and she hasn't woken up, I said as I lazily picked the spoon up. The three of them looked at me sadly. Usually, they would only laugh at me sulking because that's what I do to them. But this time, I can see that they are as sad as I am. We'll talk to the doctor when he comes. We'll take more doctors if needed, Porter said. Sage nodded. I can ask for more specialists if needed. I sighed and nodded. Right now, I'm thankful I have them. Heaven is coming by this afternoon. She got her permission from her OB to travel, so she's flying at 9, Sage said. She'll come here and help in watching over Cassandra. I nodded. But I don't want her stressed, Sage. She's pregnant. Sage smiled. I'll see to it that she's not stressed. Don't worry. I've already booked rooms at the hotel across the hospital. I looked at Porter and he smiled. Go on and eat. Your wife wouldn't want you starving. Chadrick's eyes widened. You're married? He asked. I narrowed my eyes at him while Sage started to chuckle. Why do you make it sound like it's very impossible? I asked, slightly offended. Chadrick laughed. Dude, you're not the type. And I thought Cassandra was smart enough to dodge you. I glared at him while Porter and Sage were already laughing out loud. Suddenly, the gloomy atmosphere was gone, thanks to Chadrick and his stupidity. It was already afternoon when the doctor came. He checked up on the tubes connected to Cassandra and drained some fluid out of her body. Why is she not waking up, Doc? I asked. The doctor looked at me and smiled. This is normal for patients who had a vehicular accident. But since her vitals are in the normal range, we don't have anything to be worried about. Porter heaved a heavy sigh. Would it take days, Dr. Peterson? He asked. Right. He knows the name of the doctor while I don't. Nice. The doctor smiled weakly. I can't say that for sure, but from my experience, it takes days or sometimes months. I froze on my spot. A few hours seeing her unconscious is sucking the life out of me. How much more life will months take from me? I cannot even imagine. Months? Sage asked. The doctor nodded. Do we need more doctors? Chadrick shamelessly asked because the doctor looked a little offended. I mean, if it's needed for better management. He suddenly changed his tone. The doctor smiled. I understand the anxiety, but as of now, I can't say if we need more doctors. Her overall health status is fine except that she is unconscious. Then that's not fine at all, Doc. Porter butt in. Do we need a specialist for the brain? Heart? Lungs? The doctor nodded. I say we don't need it for now. But if you insist, we can call Dr. Malone. He specialized in neurology and neurosurgery. Kiefer? Sage asked. The doctor nodded at him. Yes, do you know him? Sage nodded. He's a friend, he replied. Good, then we're all set. I'll send him a message today and see if he can come and pay a visit today. I nodded and thanked him before escorting him out of the room. Not long after, Sage went ahead because he's going to pick Heaven up from the airport. Porter and Chad decided to sleep for the meantime. And now I am left alone in the room again. It's fine, actually, but having those idiots around made a little less sadder. I sat on the side of the bed and held Cassandra's hand. When are you waking up, baby? I asked her. You've missed a lot of now. I stared at her face. She's not even moving. Not even a simple movement of her finger. She's sleeping so solemnly, like she doesn't have plans on waking up anytime soon. "I miss you," I whispered as tears started forming once more. "I'm sorry if I'm crying. It's just that I'm missing you more now than I ever did before." Seeing her lying unconscious on a hospital bed with a lot of contraptions makes me feel like my whole world is breaking apart. But I cannot be weak now. I need to be strong and be positive. She's going to wake up and be with me again. But then, hours turned to days and it's already been more than a week. Some of the tubes were already removed and she's still not yet waking up. To be honest, every day that I get to spend seeing her with eyes closed makes me lose every bit of hope in my hands. "Don't pout," Heaven told me when she saw me pouting in front of my wife. I looked at her and she smiled at me. "When you're in a hospital, you should always be positive because your energy can be passed to the patient. It may also give them positivity and hope," she said as she arranged the flowers on Cassandra's bedside table. She also changed the scent of the humidifier. Sage warned me about Heaven's obsession on essential oils and I can see it now. But then again, those essential oils actually have a relaxing effects. So I might buy essentials oils in the future. Apparently, they all have to live and work, so I was in Vegas while all of them flew back to Chicago. Porter said he's going to swing by from time to time, but I declined. He's busy and he needs to focus on work and on Graciela. The nurse was checking on her vital signs when I felt a slight movement on the fingers of Cassandra, on the hand that I am holding. I shifted on my seat and held her hand tighter. "Baby?" I called. I saw her eyes flickering open and there I saw them again. Her eyes. They looked tired and puffy from too much sleep, but then it's all better now that she's conscious. She's awake. Thanks heavens. "Cassandra," I called her. She squinted her eyes and stared at me. "Where am I?" she asked quickly. The nurse smiled. "Mrs. Compton, you are in the hospital," she exclaimed. She even told her the date and time. Cassandra nodded at her. "What happened?" "You were in an accident, Ma'am. You were rushed here and you underwent an operation 13 days ago," the nurse explained. My wife nodded at her before turning to me again. "Who are you?" she asked me innocently and that made me freeze on my spot. "What?" I asked, almost voiceless. Cassandra frowned at me. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I blinked. My mind is blank because I don't know if she's pranking me or what. "Baby, I'm Miller, your husband," I told her, laughing weakly because I don't even know how to respond to that. She winced in pain and then held her temple. I don't remember." She couldn't finish her sentence because she already fainted. "I'll call Dr. Malone," the nurse said and I nodded. I was already in distress as I looked at my wife who's unconscious again. She just fainted. And what did she say? She doesn't remember? Who am I? Fuck shit. Dr. Malone came on and requested additional tests on her. He also explained that it might be some sort of traumatic amnesia, a normal phenomenon for people who underwent a traumatic injury. He told me that she would be back to normal in a few days if that's the case. She hadn't woken up again in weeks and it was already killing me. What if something is happening in her body that can't be traced in the test done on her? What if she's not going to wake up again? What if telling her that I'm her husband was the trigger why she fainted? When it has been 3 weeks since she was in coma. That's what the doctor said. I asked him if there was a chance for her to not wake up. I'm sorry, Mr. Compton, but the brain is a complicated organ, he told me. Most of us neurosurgeons can't even tell when a patient post-brain surgery would wake up. I narrowed my eyes at him, but she already woke up. She just fainted again. I couldn't help the emotions raining in my system. What if she never wakes up again? I asked, unable to hide the sadness in my voice. Dr. Malone gave me a curt smile. At times like this, we just need to be positive, Mr. Compton. It was what he said and I don't know if it was enough to comfort me. I was not relieved. I wanted to be relieved of the stress that I am feeling right now. But then, one day, after almost a month of being comatose, Cassandra opened her eyes. At first, she was quiet. She was looking around the place like she's studying where she is. I immediately went to her side and she seemed so shocked to see me. "Who are you?" she asked, and for the second time, I had my heart breaking. She still doesn't know me? "Baby," I called her softly. Maybe if I do, she'll remember who I am. But she didn't. For the next days, she was distant and she treated me like a stranger. I know for a fact that she doesn't believe I am her husband. And what's worse, I can't even tell her my name because she fainted the first time that she heard it. I wanted to hear her call me Miller again, but now I have to go with Damian. It's also what Dr. Malone advised me. "I will refer your wife to a neuropsychiatrist," Dr. Malone told me when we were talking. Cassandra was being attended to by the nurses, so I know she's safe. I know one and his clinic is within the hospital. She can start meeting with him when she's cleared of the diagnostic test. I pursed my lips and sighed. "What about her therapist?" I asked him. "Can we do something so she could gain her memories faster?" Dr. Malone shook his head. For cases like this, they need time before their brain could accommodate new information. People with amnesia will have a difficult time learning new things, not just their memories but all the things as well. He started to explain. She could probably have some difficulty learning how to do some chores, such as cooking, sewing, and others. She could also have some difficulty in comprehending, but that's why I would be referring her to a neuropsychiatrist. He could help her in lessening her stress, which could also be a secondary reason why she couldn't remember her past. I sighed but I nodded. I would do anything that the doctors would say. I want the best treatment for my wife, Doc. But does that mean we can't go back to Chicago yet? Dr. Malone shook his head. "I'm afraid you can't go back yet. She's probably going to have a major strain if she goes back to Chicago in her condition." He looked at the electronic chart of my wife. "For now, we need to go for the therapist first to ensure that your wife will be ready to go back." I nodded. "Okay, I understand. I don't want to rush Cassandra into going home, no matter how much I want to go back and teach Kiana a lesson. I will never forgive her for what she's done. And so with my mother. Cassandra was getting better every day. She was also doing good with her therapy with Dr. Travis. The distressing therapy was good, but then there was one thing she was stressed about, and that is money. She's always worried about the bills, and I couldn't escape her questioning. "Are you rich?" she asked me the day after the staff from the financial department visited the room to give us the update on the bill. I told her she shouldn't do that again because I already know that my wife will be stressed with it, and I don't want her stressed. "Why would you ask that?" I asked back. She's looking at me with those almond-shaped eyes that I love the most in the world, and I just couldn't help but melt under her stare. "I have enough to pay for your bills and for the rest of your treatment." I had a glimpse of the bill yesterday. It's 7 digits, at least $1 million or more. And that's only the standing bill. I don't know when I would get out of this, but I have millions. Don't worry. I stopped her. She looked shocked at my words. "So you're rich?" "Just enough," I sighed. "Why are we talking about this?" "Because I don't understand why you have to spend a lot for me." I furrowed my brows and clenched my jaw. Her amnesia is already killing me. Why would she have to question herself? I hate that she's questioning herself. "You are my wife. I'll spend every penny for you, for your recovery. So please don't think about the expenses and just focus on getting your memories back." That shut her up, and I wish she would never bring that up again because I don't want her stressing over that petty thing. I have money. I can pay for everything, and I want to tell her everything, but I can't. I can tell her everything and get it over and done with, but I know that she can't handle it. She started on her hypnotic therapy, but she broke down during the first session. I had to get inside and hug her tight as she cried over something she remembered. "It's okay," I whispered to her as she kept on crying. "I'm sorry. It's going to be okay," I kept telling her until she was finally relaxed. It was hard to see her struggling in her new life. It pained me when she's having her fainting spells just because of work, and it hurts me so much more when she's indifferent to me. I know that she's doubting me. I know that there's a part of her that doesn't believe in me. And honestly, as much as it's understandable, it's painful. I wanted to hug her. I wanted to kiss her and tell her everything, but I couldn't. If I don't let her memories come to her naturally, she might not recover everything. And I don't want her to lose a part of herself. I want her to be whole because I know that it is what she wants to be. And now, she's almost whole again. But does she still want me in her life? We stared at each other for a few moments before she jumped to me and hugged me tightly. I smiled as her arms are wrapped around my waist. Her face is buried on my chest while she sobbed hard. I shut my eyes, overwhelmed at everything she's showing. I sighed hard before I enveloped her with my arms. I embraced her tight, not giving her any means to escape me. "Why are you always leaving me?" I asked her softly, trying to suppress the sadness and anger in my voice. I love her. I love being with her. I have professed my love to her for so many times, but why does she always throw it away? I'm pissed and I'm hurt, thinking that she's always ready to throw me away. She's always so brave to face everything on her own. I wish she would think about me too. I wish that she would think about my sanity more than anything because I'm sure I'd be dead crazy when she leaves me again. I can't imagine a life without her anymore, and never would I even imagine it again. I'm sorry, she sobbed against my chest. I'm sorry, Damian. And just one apology and all the anger I am feeling are gone with the wind. In an instant, my heart is melting with her body on mine. I hug her back tightly, just so she wouldn't escape me again, and kissed the top of her head. Don't leave me again, I whispered softly. I don't know what I'd do if you're not with me. I thought I'd already made it known to you. She pulled away and looked at my eyes. I am crying. I have never cried over anything or anyone else before. She's the only person who could make me cry in pain. She's the only person who could make me feel that certain kind of emptiness when she leaves me. She leaves that void that no one else could feel. Were you really going to leave me without a proper goodbye? I asked, still in disdain. Really? A phone call? A text message? I thought I was worth more than that, baby. She tried to look away but I held her face and made her face me. I'm sorry, but you were in Kiana's bathroom. That's not true, I interjected. I asked her to go to the office to stop everything once and for all. She looked at me with her confused, pretty pair of herbs and my heart couldn't stop beating so fast. She's the reason why you got into an accident in Vegas. She's the reason why you have amnesia now, I said. I'm already losing my calm but I know that I need to relax. She must have not remembered everything now. I wanted to give her the lesson she deserves and I want her out of Chicago, out of America if need be. I am mad. I am beyond mad. And I don't want to hurt her with a new influx of memory, but want to clear this issue up. I have never been attracted to anyone else ever since I saw her with her ex in that Chinese restaurant. She's already got me wrapped around her fingers ever since she laid her eyes on me the first time. And when I knew more about her, when I finally knew her in person, I know I was already at a point of no return. Cassandra, she's it for me. She's my now or never. She's already become the center of my life and losing her would destroy me beyond repair. And it was heaven for me when I heard from her the words that I have been needing to hear. I kissed her and I hope she felt how much I need her in my life. I hope she understood how much I can't stand having a life without her in it. After that scene on the airport, we went back to my penthouse. I was holding her the whole time. I don't want to let her go, not even for a second. I am afraid that she would leave me again. And damn, I don't know if I can handle her leaving me again. No matter how much she promised she will stay this time, I still can't erase that thought in my head. What if she leaves again? I pulled her over my lap as I sat on the couch. She immediately wrapped her arm around my neck and kissed my cheek. I love a clingy Cassandra. I love it when she clings onto me because it makes me feel like I am as important to her like she to me. Are you okay? I asked her. She was staring at my face before nodding. I remembered our wedding. My eyes widened in shock. She remembered our wedding? Does that mean? She leaned in and kissed me. I know what happened before I got in an accident. Really? She nodded. I'm sorry, Damian. I'm sorry for everything, she said as tears started to cloud her eyes again. I left before because I was jealous, and I tried to leave now because I don't want to be a burden. I immediately crushed my lips on her. You're not any kind of burden to me, Cassandra. How many times do I have to tell you that? I asked her before kissing her again. I kissed her with everything in me, and it was pure ecstasy when she responded. She wrapped her arm around my neck and pulled me closer to her face. Her soft lips are going to be the death of me. Her moans will make me head straight to heaven. Damian, she moaned against my kisses. I spread her legs and touched her wetness. She arched her back and grunted as I inserted my index inside her. I slid it slowly, in and out, until she was on the couch, legs wide and open for me. The flushed look on her face gave me a different kind of fire. Her eyes are filled with pleasure and desire that I couldn't wait to do anything anymore. I ripped her clothes off her body and threw them on the floor. I unbuckled my belt and brought my pants and boxers down swiftly. I rubbed my hard member on her slick folds, making her moan under me. I have always dreamed of her moans, ever since I have made love to her. I have her face flash in my head whenever I am in the shower or when I'm alone in my bed. Damian, she called me as I slowly slid inside her. Ah, she grunted as I started to fill her to brim. I reached for her face and caressed it before kissing her passionately. I kissed me widely with an intention to make her lose her mind. Just like mine. She started moving underneath me, making me twitch. Please, she whispered, begging. Please make me. Shh. I didn't even let her finish. I started pounded on her hard and fast until we were both sweating. The whole living room is filled with our moans and the sound of the couch creaking as I moved in and out of her. Baby, I trailed, breathless as I could feel that I am already in the edge. Come inside me, she whispered, and that was the only trigger I needed until we both reached our climax. She hugged me and pulled me to her. I love you so much. I smiled and kissed her cheek. I love you even more, Cassandra. I already told her that I want to be with her when she confronts Kiana, but she refused. She wanted to do it alone. She let me stay in the car while I watched them talk inside the cafe that they agreed on. I know Kiana. She's aggressive and I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself if she hurts Cassandra. My wife sat in front of Kiana. She looked calm and collected while Kiana eyed her. Cassandra started talking until I saw Kiana burst into tears. I gripped hard on the steering wheel while I watched how Cassandra stood up and gave Kiana a hug. I clenched my jaw and wondered what happened. What did she tell her? Why did she hug her? I have already known how kind Cassandra is, but looking at her now makes me so proud of her. Her beautiful face gets even more beautiful because of her pure heart. Kiana smiled at Cassandra before my wife left. She was smiling from ear to ear as she opened the door of the passenger seat. I looked at her intently. Did it go well? I asked her. She smiled widely and nodded. Yes, she replied. She apologized and said she would leave us alone. That easy? I asked, confused. She nodded. I told her how I felt when I lost my memories, how empty it felt to lose my own identity. And that's the time she burst into tears and apologized. I reached for her hand and kissed her knuckles. "You never fail to amaze me, baby," I told her, because every day I get to discover something about her that would amaze me. She has an endless supply of all the good things on earth, and it makes me feel like I am the luckiest man in the world. She chuckled and pulled my face to kiss her. "Good," she whispered against my lips. "I want you whip for me, Damian." I smirked. "Am I still not whip?" She giggled and kissed me again. "Starting today, nothing will be forgotten." We started to drive to her parents. She told me she wanted to visit them. We stopped over to buy flowers and candles for them. I held her hand as we got out of the car. I am holding two baskets of flowers on my other hand. She looked at me nervously, making me narrow my eyes at her. "What's wrong?" I asked her. She smiled and shook her head. "I don't know why I suddenly felt nervous now that we're here," she told me. I stopped and faced her. I placed the baskets of flowers down and held her shoulders. "We are meeting your parents, baby. You shouldn't be feeling nervous." Cassandra sighed and smiled weakly. "It feels different now," she told me. "I feel like I am going to let them meet you." I stared at her for a few moments before chuckling. "She's so adorable." I admit that I am also nervous. This is her parents we are talking about, and even if they're gone, I feel like I need to get their approval too. I smiled and reached for her face. "Everything will be okay," I assured her. "Come on," I said as I laced my fingers with her and picked up the flowers. We walked towards the headstones of her parents. I placed the flowers in front of each headstone while Cassandra lit up the candles. She stared at the photos of her parents before sitting in front of them. I sat beside her and held her hand. She was silent, and I let her gather all her courage before speaking to her parents. I looked at her and saw her eyes closed with tears running down her face. I watched her for a few moments before closing my eyes too to say a prayer and a promise. "Mr. and Mrs. Collins, I know I am not perfect. I have played a lot before meeting your daughter. But right now, I promise that I will never dare look at someone else. I will focus on Cassandra alone. I promise that she will never ever feel alone now, because I will always be here for her. I will always listen to her whims. I will always watch her shows. I will always be patient with her when she's on training. I will support her in anything she wants, except trying to leave me. I will make sure that she smiles every day. I will make sure that she gets the happiness and love she deserves. I will give her a good family, and I promise to love our children as much as I love her. So thank you. Thank you for bringing her into this world. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to meet an angel. I will forever be in debt to you. I know you're not here anymore, but I will promise to protect her until my last breath. And I hope I live up to the expectations you have for the man for her. I will be better. I will keep being better for her. I will keep loving her and making her the center of my universe until the day I die. I promise." I opened my eyes and saw Cassandra looking at me with a wide smile. "I love you, Damian. I don't know how relieving it is to say until now, and I promise to keep saying that I love you all the time." My lips parted at her words. I reached for her face and wiped the streaks of tears. "I love you more, baby. And I promise to keep showing you my love. She chuckled through the tears. I won't forget you again, she whispered before leaning in for a kiss. There won't be forgotten nights with you, Miller Damian Compton. All moments with you will be kept in my mind and heart forever. I wrapped my arms around her and smiled. Forever, I whispered before leaning in for a deep and passionate kiss. Damian is looking at me through the vanity mirror while I was putting makeup on. His hands are crossed against his chest while his eyes are looking like he's going to scold me in a moment. I bit my lip and tried to ignore him. He always does that whenever I am about to go out with Annie. He always looks at me like I am going to do something wrong. I applied a nude shade of lipstick before finally convincing myself that I am done. Annie and I have been waiting for this day. It is her wedding anniversary tomorrow and she's been bugging me to have a night out with her since she never felt how bachelorette parties go. To be honest, I haven't had one myself, so I agreed. I want to try it too. Nick was furious when he learned that over lunch, but we all know he couldn't do anything once Annie has decided on something. He's a slave for Annie and he won't ever deny that. Isn't your dress too short? Damian asked me in an almost scolding tone. I looked at my dress. It is actually decent. It's not like it's mid-thigh length. It was only an inch above the knee. And it's even a long sleeve one. No plunging neckline, no cleavage, just a little peak on the legs. I then turned to my husband who is still looking at me like I am doing something wrong. I almost rolled my eyes when I saw his grim expression on me. His jaw is tightly clenched while his eyes were hawk-like, watching for my next moves. It's not short, I said, almost pouting. He narrowed his eyes at me, obviously mad that I am somewhat disobeying him. Men are going to look at your damn legs, Cassandra, he told me like a warning. I sighed and walked to him. I caressed his arm and I could feel him freeze for a moment. His lips are pressed in a grim line while he stared at me intently. I won't look at them, I assured him using my ultimate weapon to appease of Damian, my sweet voice. He inhaled a sharp breath as I felt his gaze trembled a little bit. I don't like them looking at you, he said on gritted teeth. I bit my lower lip and held his hand. Don't you trust me? I asked him. His jaw ticked as if trying to suppress his irritation that he is already about to give in to what I want even though he hates it. I smiled and wrapped my hands around his neck. This is just for tonight, I told him. I'm just going to accompany Annie. Nick is so pissed off at his wife right now, he told me in a raspy voice as he slowly dipped his head down to mine. And I think I am too. He held my waist in place and pulled my body close to his. I frowned at him. I'm not going to do something wrong, I rebut. He nodded. Uh-huh, he whispered before kissing the bridge of my nose. What if I get really pissed off at you, baby? You won't, I told him, assuring. How could I even look at other guys when I couldn't even take my eyes off him when we're together? This guy is ridiculous. Damian leaned closer to me and I can feel his lips on my ear. You better, he whispered back with a little threat echoing from his voice. Because I will really punish you, baby, if you did. I looked at him with narrowed eyes but with a smile on my lips. "Oh, how? How will you punish me?" I asked him, full of interest. He smirked and raised his fingers to my jaw. "You wanna know?" he asked, tormenting my whole system in anticipation. "I'll kiss you senseless until you couldn't breathe." I moaned unknowingly. "I'll make love to you all night and make sure you couldn't get out of the bed the next morning," he continued. "Do you like that?" I gulped hard, already fired up deep inside. "Will you only do that to me if I do something wrong?" I asked in a voice that I couldn't even recognize. He smirked as I felt his fingers on my thigh. What if I am a good girl?" I asked him, intoxicated at the heat of the situation. The side of his lips rose. "Baby, if you're a good girl, I will make you feel heaven like you've never felt before," he uttered like a promise. "Really?" I asked. "Uh-huh," he replied with a nod. "Which one do you prefer?" he asked. I stared into her eyes. "I think I prefer the first one." He raised his brow at me. "You wanna piss me off then?" he asked while his hand traveled in between my thighs. He gently caressed my thighs, sending shivers all over my spine. I licked my lower lip. "I am not going to piss you off, but I think you'll get pissed off anyway," I told him. He chuckled lowly. "Good," he began. "At least you know." I frowned at him. "I don't think I can handle other guys looking at you," I pouted. "Are you coming with us?" I asked him. He shrugged. "Nick and I will go somewhere tonight," he revealed. "Where?" I asked curiously. "Somewhere he could have his own stag party too," he replied, seemingly teasing me. I narrowed my eyes at him. "What?" I asked. "Will there be girls?" My voice is almost rising because just the thought of girls around him makes me feel extremely awful. He cocked his head to the side with his expression a little relaxed now and somehow amused at my reaction. "Of course, baby. It won't be a stag party without girls." I frowned at him. "Just try to touch someone there and I'll make sure you won't be able to walk for 1 week straight," I warned him. He blinked at me several times before bursting out to loud laughter. "Now, you're getting all possessive. I guess we're feeling mutual then," he told me when he calmed down. "Don't touch anyone there because I know I won't touch someone else too," he added. I pursed my lips, defeated, before nodding. "Good," he said before planting a kiss on my temple.